Hello everyone. I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Hollow Mask. Chapter 1. The first mask. The town of Black Hollow had always been a place of quiet, a forgotten speck on the map where time seemed to stand still. Nestled deep within a forest of crooked ancient trees, the town was shrouded in an almost perpetual mist, as if the world itself hesitated to touch it. The people of Black Hollow kept to themselves, their lives marked by routine and silence. But that silence was shattered one cold October morning when the first body was found. Detective Eleanor Voss stood at the edge of the clearing, her boots sinking into the damp earth. The forest around her was eerily still, the only sound the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. The victim, a young woman in her early 20s, lay sprawled on the ground, her pale skin almost blending into the frost-covered grass. Eleanor's breath fogged in the cold air as she stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she took in the scene. The girl's clothing was undisturbed, her hands folded neatly over her chest, as if she had been laid to rest with care. But it wasn't the positioning of the body that made Eleanor's stomach churn, it was the mask. It was grotesque, crafted from some kind of leather or skin, stitched crudely onto the victim's face. The mask's features were exaggerated: wide, hollow eyes, a twisted smile, and cheeks stained with what looked like dried blood. The threads holding the mask in place were pulled tight, distorting the victim's natural features and forcing her mouth into a grotesque, eternal grin. Eleanor crouched beside the body, her gloved hands hovering over the mask. Up close, she could see the intricate details, the faint etchings along the edges, the careful stitching, as if the killer had taken pride in their work. She fought the urge to tear it off, knowing it needed to be preserved as evidence, but the sight of it made her skin crawl. "Who the hell does something like this?" muttered Officer Hayes, his voice trembling as he stood behind her. Eleanor didn't answer. She was too focused on the mask, the way it seemed to stare back at her, as if it were alive. She could feel the weight of it, the way it pressed against the victim's face, and she wondered if the girl had been conscious when it was sewn on. The coroner arrived, his face grim as he began his examination. Eleanor stood back, her eyes scanning the surrounding woods. The forest felt too quiet, too still, as if it were holding its breath. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the killer was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. The thought sent a chill down her spine, and she pulled her jacket tighter around her. As the coroner carefully removed the mask, Eleanor turned her attention to the ground. The frost had melted around the body, leaving the earth dark and soft. She knelt down, her gloved fingers brushing against the soil, searching for any clues the killer might have left behind. That's when she saw it, a single thread of red silk, tangled in the underbrush. She picked it up, holding it up to the dim light that filtered through the trees. The thread was thin but strong, its vibrant red color standing out against the muted tones of the forest. It was a clue, a tiny piece of the puzzle, but it felt significant. Eleanor's mind raced as she considered the possibilities. Could the thread be from the mask? Or had the killer left it behind deliberately, as some kind of taunt? Back at the station, Eleanor placed the thread in an evidence bag, her thoughts still consumed by the mask. She couldn't shake the image of it, the way it had seemed to mock her from the victim's face. The killer was meticulous, precise, and clearly had a message to send. But what was it? And who was the next target? As the day turned to night, Eleanor found herself sitting in her office, staring at the evidence board she'd started. The photo of the victim, Laura Jennings, a local waitress, was pinned at the center, surrounded by notes and the bagged thread. She had no leads, no suspects, and no idea what she was dealing with. But one thing was certain. This was only the beginning. The town of Black Hollow had been quiet for too long, and now it was waking up. The killer was out there, watching, waiting, and Eleanor knew she was running out of time. She just hoped she could stop them before another mask appeared. Chapter 2. Echoes of the past. The autopsy report confirmed what Eleanor already suspected. Laura Jennings had been alive when the mask was sewn onto her face. The cause of death was asphyxiation, likely from the mask itself, which had been pulled so tight it cut off her breathing. The thread used was a blend of silk and cotton, custom-made and impossible to trace. The killer had left no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing but the mask. Eleanor sat in her dimly lit office at the Black Hollow police station, her desk cluttered with case files and coffee cups. She'd requested records of any similar crimes, but there was nothing. Black Hollow had never seen anything like this. The town's history was one of quiet unease, not violence. She leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples as she stared at the evidence board. Laura's photo stared back at her, her face twisted into that grotesque mask. Her phone buzzed, snapping her out of her thoughts. It was her partner, Detective Marcus Carter. "You need to see this," he said, his voice tense. Eleanor grabbed her jacket and drove to the address Carter had given her. It was an old, decaying house on the edge of town, its windows boarded up and its yard overgrown with weeds. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay. The walls were covered in newspaper clippings, photographs, and handwritten notes. Eleanor's heart raced as she realized what she was looking at: a shrine. The clippings were all about unsolved murders, missing persons, and tragedies spanning decades. The killer had been watching for a long time. "What is this?" Carter asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Eleanor didn't answer. Her eyes were drawn to a photograph pinned to the wall, a picture of a man, his face partially obscured by shadow. Beneath it was a single word, scrawled in shaky handwriting: "Father." She stepped closer, peering at the photo. The man looked familiar, but she couldn't place him. The handwriting on the notes was erratic, the sentences disjointed and filled with references to masks, redemption, and truth. One note stood out: "The masks will show them. They will see what they've done." Eleanor carefully unpinned it, examining the paper. It was old, yellowed with age, but the ink was fresh. The killer had been adding to this shrine for years. "Who lives here?" she asked, turning to Carter. He shook his head. "No one's lived here since the 90s. The last owner was Samuel Hargrove, a mask maker. He disappeared after a fire destroyed his workshop and killed his wife and daughter." Eleanor's eyes widened. A mask maker? That couldn't be a coincidence. She began to dig deeper into Samuel Hargrove's past. The man had once been a respected artisan in Black Hollow, known for his intricate masks that were used in local festivals and theater performances. But after the fire, he vanished, leaving behind nothing but rumors. Some claimed he'd gone mad, while others whispered that he'd found a way to bring his family back. Eleanor visited the site of Hargrove's old workshop, now nothing more than a heap of charred wood and rubble. She sifted through the debris, her gloves brushing against broken tools and scraps of leather. That's when she found it: a hidden door, nearly buried beneath the remains of the building. Inside was a small, windowless room filled with unfinished masks, tools, and scraps of leather and silk. The air was stale, thick with the scent of decay. Eleanor's flashlight flickered as she stepped inside, her heart pounding in her chest. The masks on the walls stared back at her, their hollow eyes seeming to follow her every move. Among the debris, she found a journal. The pages were filled with rambling, incoherent writing, but one passage stood out: "The masks hold the truth. They show us who we really are. I must finish the work. I must make them see." Eleanor's hands trembled as she closed the journal. She didn't know what Hargrove was trying to accomplish, but she knew one thing: he wasn't finished. Back at the station, Eleanor added Hargrove's photo to the evidence board. The man's face stared back at her, his eyes filled with a haunted emptiness. She didn't know if he was the killer, but she was certain he was connected. The masks, the shrine, the journal, it all pointed to him. But where was he now? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Eleanor sat in her office, the journal open in front of her. The killer was out there, watching, waiting. She could feel it. And as the first whispers of doubt crept into her mind, she wondered if she was prepared to face what was coming. Chapter 3. The hollow man Samuel Hargrove had always been a man of shadows. Even before the fire, he had been a recluse, spending his days in his workshop, crafting masks that seemed to come alive under his hands. The townspeople whispered about him, saying he had a gift or perhaps a curse. His masks were too perfect, too lifelike, as if he could trap a piece of a person's soul within them. But after the fire, the whispers turned to silence. Samuel vanished, leaving behind only ashes and questions. Eleanor sat in her office, the journal she'd found in Hargrove's hidden room open in front of her. The handwriting was erratic, the ink smudged in places, as if the writer had been trembling as they wrote. The entries were disjointed, filled with ramblings about masks, redemption, and the truth they revealed. Samuel's voice, if it was his, was desperate, haunted. It was the voice of a man who had lost everything and was clinging to the last shreds of his sanity. The fire that killed his wife and daughter had been ruled an accident, but Eleanor wasn't so sure. She dug through old reports, piecing together what little information she could find. The fire had started in the workshop, where Samuel spent most of his time. He had been injured in the blaze, suffering burns that left his face scarred and unrecognizable. After the fire, he disappeared, and no one had seen him since. As she read through the journal, Eleanor began to understand the depth of Samuel's grief. His wife, Clara, had been his muse, her face the inspiration for many of his masks. Their daughter, Lily, had been his joy, her laughter filling the workshop as she played among the masks. But the fire had taken them both, leaving Samuel alone in a world that no longer made sense. The journal's later entries were darker, more disturbing. Samuel wrote about hearing voices, Clara's voice, Lily's voice calling to him from the masks he had made. He believed they were still alive, trapped within the leather and thread, and he was desperate to free them. "I must finish the work," he wrote. "I must make them see. The masks will show them the truth." Eleanor's skin prickled as she read the words. She didn't know what Samuel meant by the truth, but the more she read, the more she realized how far he had fallen. He wasn't just grieving, he was unraveling. The masks had become his obsession, his way of coping with the loss, and now they had consumed him entirely. She thought about the mask on Laura Jennings's face. It wasn't just a mask, it was a message, a warning. Samuel wasn't just killing his victims. He was transforming them, forcing them to wear the faces of his own twisted creations. But why? Was he trying to recreate his lost family? Or was he punishing the town for some imagined sin? Eleanor stood up, pacing the length of her office. The pieces were starting to come together, but the picture they formed was deeply unsettling. Samuel Hargrove was a broken man, a hollow man, driven by grief and madness. But he was also meticulous, deliberate, and that made him dangerous. She decided to visit the site of the fire again, hoping to find something she might have missed. The rubble of the workshop looked the same as before, but this time she noticed a small, rusted box half buried in the dirt. She pried it open, her breath catching as she saw what was inside: a photograph of Clara and Lily, their faces smiling up at her. The photo was worn, the edges frayed, but their faces were clear. Clara was beautiful, her eyes filled with warmth and kindness. Lily was just a child, her smile innocent and carefree. Eleanor's heart ached as she thought about what they had lost, what Samuel had lost. But she couldn't let that cloud her judgment. Samuel was a killer now, and she had to stop him. As she left the site, a cold wind blew through the trees, carrying with it the faint sound of laughter. Eleanor froze, her hand instinctively going to her gun. The laughter was high-pitched, childlike, and it sent a shiver down her spine. She turned, scanning the trees, but there was no one there. The sound lingered in her mind as she drove back to the station. She couldn't shake the feeling that Samuel was watching her, that he knew she was getting closer. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, She realized she was no longer just chasing a killer, she was delving into the mind of a monster. Chapter 4. Threads of evidence. The red silk thread Eleanor had found at the crime scene was the only tangible clue she had. She had sent it to the lab for analysis, hoping it would lead her to the killer. But the results were frustratingly inconclusive. The thread was a custom blend, impossible to trace to any specific source. It was just another dead end, another piece of the puzzle that didn't fit. Eleanor sat in her office, staring at the thread under a magnifying glass. It was thin but strong, its vibrant red color standing out against the white surface of her desk. She couldn't help but feel that it was significant, that the killer had left it behind for a reason. But what? Was it a taunt, a challenge, or something else entirely? She decided to visit the local fabric stores in Black Hollow, hoping to find someone who recognized the thread. The first few stores were a bust. No one had ever seen anything like it. But at the third store, an elderly woman behind the counter squinted at the thread through her glasses and frowned. "This looks like something Samuel Hargrove used to use," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. Samuel Hargrove? The mask maker? The woman nodded. He used to come in here all the time, buying thread and fabric for his masks. But he stopped coming after the fire. I always wondered what happened to him. Eleanor thanked the woman and left, her mind racing. The thread was a direct link to Samuel, and now she was certain he was the killer. Back at the station, she combed through the evidence again, looking for anything she might have missed. The mask on Laura Jennings's face was grotesque, but it was also meticulously crafted. The stitching was precise, the design intricate. It was the work of someone who knew what they were doing, someone who had spent years perfecting their craft. She studied the mask closely, noticing small details she hadn't seen before. The edges were etched with faint symbols, circles within circles, spirals, and lines that seemed to form a pattern. She didn't know what they meant, but they felt significant. She took photos of the symbols and sent them to a local historian, hoping for some insight. The historian called her back later that day, his voice filled with excitement. "These symbols are ancient," he said. "They're part of a ritualistic tradition, often used in masks to symbolize transformation or rebirth. Whoever made this mask knew what they were doing." Eleanor thanked him and hung up, her mind racing. Samuel wasn't just making masks, he was performing rituals. She returned to the shrine in the abandoned house, hoping to find more clues. The walls were still covered in newspaper clippings and photos, but this time she noticed something she hadn't seen before: a map of Black Hollow, marked with red dots. Each dot corresponded to a location where an unsolved crime had taken place. The map was old, the paper yellowed and brittle, but the ink was fresh. Samuel had been adding to it, tracking his movements and his victims. Eleanor studied the map carefully, noticing that the dots formed a pattern, a spiral that started at the edge of town and moved inward. The center of the spiral was Samuel's old workshop. She grabbed her coat and drove to the workshop, her heart pounding in her chest. The rubble was the same as before, but this time she noticed something she had missed: a trapdoor hidden beneath the debris. She cleared the rubble away and pulled the door open, revealing a set of stone steps leading down into the darkness. The air was thick and damp as she descended the stairs, her flashlight casting eerie shadows on the walls. At the bottom of the stairs was a small, circular room, its walls covered in masks. They were different from the ones she had seen before: larger, more elaborate, their features twisted and grotesque. In the center of the room was a table, covered in tools and scraps of fabric. But it was the mask on the table that caught Eleanor's attention. It was unfinished, its hollow eyes staring up at her, its mouth twisted into a smile. She didn't know who it was meant for, but she knew one thing: Samuel wasn't done. As she turned to leave, the flashlight flickered, and for a moment she thought she heard laughter, soft, mocking laughter that echoed through the room. She froze, her hand instinctively going to her gun. But the laughter faded, leaving her alone in the darkness. Chapter 5. The ritual. The underground room beneath Samuel Hargrove's workshop was a shrine to his obsession. The masks on the walls seemed to watch Eleanor as she moved through the space, their hollow eyes following her every step. The unfinished mask on the table was the most disturbing of all, its twisted features hinting at the horrors Samuel was capable of. Eleanor felt a chill crawl up her spine as she examined it, knowing it was meant for someone who was likely still alive. She called for backup, but the team's search of the area turned up nothing. Samuel was still out there, somewhere in the shadows, waiting. Eleanor couldn't shake the feeling that she was running out of time, that the next victim was already in his sights. She needed to understand his motives, to anticipate his next move. And the only way to do that was to delve deeper into his twisted world. The symbols etched into the masks haunted her. She spent hours researching them, searching for any connection to ancient rituals or cultural traditions. What she found was deeply unsettling. The symbols were tied to a centuries-old belief that masks could trap a person's soul, allowing the wearer to take on their identity or force them to confront their darkest truths. Samuel wasn't just killing his victims, he was using the masks to erase them, to replace them with something of his own creation. The realization made Eleanor sick to her stomach. Samuel's grief had twisted into something monstrous, a desire to rewrite reality itself. He was trying to bring his family back by creating new versions of them, using the masks to transform his victims into facsimiles of Clara and Lily. But the process was incomplete, flawed. The masks weren't perfect, and neither were the victims. They were just puppets, hollow shells of what they had once been. Eleanor returned to the shrine in the abandoned house, hoping to find more clues. The map on the wall was still there, the red dots forming a spiral that led to the workshop. But this time, she noticed something. She had missed a date written in the corner. It was recent, just a few days away. The spiral wasn't just a pattern, it was a countdown, a ritual timeline leading to some final act. She cross-referenced the date with local events and discovered it coincided with the anniversary of the fire that had killed Samuel's family. That couldn't be a coincidence. Samuel was planning something big, something that would happen on that day. But what? And where? The map didn't provide answers. It only raised more questions. The historian she had consulted earlier called her with more information about the symbols. They're associated with a specific kind of mask used in ancient rituals, he said. The wearer would undergo a process of unmasking, where their true self would be revealed. It was often used as a form of punishment or purification. Eleanor thanked him and hung up, her mind racing. Samuel wasn't just trying to bring his family back, he was trying to punish the town for their loss. She decided to visit Clara and Lily's graves, hoping to find some closure or insight. The cemetery was quiet, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. The graves were simple, marked with weathered headstones. Eleanor knelt beside them, running her fingers over the engraved names. She didn't know if Samuel ever visited, but she could feel his presence here, lingering in the shadows. As she stood to leave, she noticed something odd, a small, leather-bound book tucked beneath Clara's headstone. She picked it up, her hands trembling as she opened it. The pages were filled with Samuel's handwriting, the same erratic scrawl she had seen in the journal. But this was different. This was a love letter, a confession of his grief and guilt. He wrote about the night of the fire, how he had been working late in the workshop when a spark from one of his tools ignited the flames. He had tried to save Clara and Lily, but the fire spread too quickly. His last memory of them was their screams as the flames consumed his home. The guilt had consumed him, too, driving him to madness. The final entry was the most chilling. "I will make them see," he wrote. "I will make them understand what I have lost. The masks will show them the truth, and they will suffer as I have suffered. The ritual must be completed, and the world will be unmasked." Eleanor's heart sank as she read the words. Samuel wasn't just a killer, he was a man consumed by his own pain, lashing out at the world in the only way he knew how. She knew what she had to do. The date on the map was only 2 days away, and Samuel would strike again. She couldn't let that happen. She had to stop him, no matter the cost. But as she left the cemetery, she couldn't shake the feeling that Samuel was one step ahead, that he was watching her every move. The town of Black Hollow felt smaller now, its streets narrower, its shadows darker. The masks were everywhere, their empty eyes staring out from the evidence board, from the shrine, from the underground room. They were a reminder of what was at stake, of the horrors that awaited if she failed. And as the rain began to fall, Eleanor knew there was no turning back. Chapter 6. The spiral tightens. The rain fell in sheets as Eleanor stood in the cemetery, clutching the leather-bound book she'd found beneath Clara's headstone. The words Samuel had written were etched into her mind, a relentless echo of his pain and madness. She knew now that the spiral on the map wasn't just a pattern, it was a roadmap to his final act, a descent into chaos that would end in bloodshed. And she had less than 48 hours to stop him. Back at the station, Eleanor spread the map out on her desk, staring at the red dots that formed the spiral. The center was the workshop, but the outer edges were marked with locations that hadn't been hit yet. Samuel was moving inward, closer to the heart of the town. She traced the spiral with her finger, trying to anticipate his next move. Each dot represented a crime, a tragedy, a loss. And now, it was her job to break the pattern. Her partner, Marcus Carter, burst into the office, his face grim. "We've got another one," he said, tossing a file onto her desk. Eleanor's heart sank as she opened it. The victim was a middle-aged man named David Miller, found in his home with a mask sewn onto his face. But this mask was different. It wasn't grotesque or twisted. It was serene, almost peaceful, its features soft and gentle. Eleanor's stomach churned as she realized what it meant. Samuel was getting better at his craft. She and Carter drove to the crime scene, the rain hammering against the car's windshield. The house was quiet, the air thick with the scent of blood and leather. David Miller's body lay on the floor, the mask covering his face like a second skin. Eleanor knelt beside him, examining the stitching. It was flawless, the threads so fine they were almost invisible. She couldn't help but wonder if Samuel had made the mask specifically for him, if he had chosen David for a reason. Carter handed her a note they'd found on the kitchen table. The handwriting was Samuel's, the words chilling in their simplicity. "The truth is revealed in the unmasking. The final act draws near." Eleanor shivered as she read it, the weight of his words pressing down on her. Samuel wasn't just killing, he was preparing for something bigger, something far more devastating. The team searched the house, but there were no signs of forced entry, no clues to indicate how Samuel had gotten in. He was like a ghost, slipping through the cracks, leaving behind nothing but death and destruction. Eleanor felt a surge of frustration, knowing that every second they wasted brought Samuel closer to his goal. She needed to think like him, to anticipate his next move. But how could she outsmart a man who was clearly one step ahead? That night, she returned to her office, her mind racing. She pulled out Samuel's journal and the leather-bound book, reading through them again. The entries were filled with references to the final act, the unmasking, and the truth. But what was the truth? What was Samuel trying to reveal? She didn't have the answers, but she knew one thing: if she didn't stop him, the whole town would pay the price. Her phone buzzed, breaking the silence. It was the historian she'd consulted earlier, his voice trembling with excitement. "I found something," he said. "The spiral on the map, it's not just a pattern. It's a representation of an ancient labyrinth used in purification rituals. The center represents the final stage, the moment of transformation." Eleanor's heart raced as she listened. The workshop wasn't just the center of the spiral, it was the heart of the ritual. She grabbed her coat and drove to the workshop, the rain blurring her vision as she sped through the empty streets. The rubble was the same as before, but this time she noticed something she hadn't seen: a faint light coming from beneath the trapdoor. Her pulse quickened as she approached, her hand hovering over her gun. She pulled the door open and descended the stairs, the air growing colder with each step. The underground room was bathed in a sickly yellow light, the masks on the walls seeming to leer at her. In the center of the room was a table, covered in tools and scraps of fabric. But it was the unfinished mask that caught her attention, the one she had seen before. It was closer to completion now, its features more defined, its hollow eyes staring up at her with an eerie intensity. Samuel wasn't there, but she could feel his presence in every corner of the room. She knew he had been there recently, that he was preparing for the final act. And she knew, with a sinking feeling in her stomach, that the mask on the table was meant for her. As she turned to leave, the light flickered, and she heard it again, the laughter. Soft, mocking, chilling. She froze, her hand instinctively going to her gun. But the laughter faded, leaving her alone in the darkness. Chapter 7. The final act. The unfinished mask on the table in Samuel's underground workshop haunted Eleanor as she drove back to the station in the pouring rain. Its hollow eyes seemed to follow her, etched into her mind like a warning. She knew what it meant. Samuel had marked her as his next target, and the final act of his twisted ritual was drawing near. The realization sent a shiver down her spine, but it also steeled her resolve. She couldn't let him win. Back at the station, Eleanor gathered her team, laying out everything she had discovered. The spiral, the map, the symbols, all of it pointed to the workshop as the center of Samuel's ritual. The date on the map was tomorrow, and they had to be ready. Carter was skeptical, but the rest of the team listened intently, their faces grim as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. Eleanor knew they didn't fully understand the depth of Samuel's madness, but they trusted her instincts. That was enough. That night, Eleanor couldn't sleep. The laughter she had heard in the workshop echoed in her mind, a constant reminder of the stakes. She spent the hours going over the case files, searching for any clue she might have missed. But the answers eluded her, slipping through her fingers like smoke. All she could do was wait, knowing that Samuel was out there, preparing for his final act. The morning of the anniversary dawned gray and heavy, the rain still falling in relentless waves. Eleanor and her team set up a perimeter around the workshop, their movements tense and deliberate. She could feel the weight of the day pressing down on her, the tension in the air so thick it was almost palpable. Everyone knew what was at stake, but no one spoke of it. As the hours passed, the silence grew oppressive. Eleanor's nerves were frayed, her patience wearing thin. She began to wonder if they had guessed wrong, if Samuel had chosen a different location for his ritual. But then, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, she saw it, a flicker of movement near the entrance to the workshop. Her heart raced as she signaled the team to move in. The workshop was eerily quiet as they descended the stairs into the underground room. The masks on the walls seemed to watch them as they entered, their hollow eyes gleaming in the dim light. The unfinished mask was gone from the table, replaced by a collection of tools and scraps of leather. But Samuel was nowhere to be found. Eleanor's instincts screamed at her, warning her that something was wrong. She turned to Carter, her voice low and urgent. "Search the area. He's here somewhere." The team fanned out, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. Eleanor stayed in the center of the room, her eyes scanning the shadows. Then she heard it, the laughter. It was soft and mocking, coming from a dark corner of the room. Eleanor's hand went to her gun as she moved toward the sound, her heart pounding in her chest. She found a narrow doorway hidden behind a curtain of masks, its frame barely visible in the dim light. She stepped through the doorway into a smaller room, her flashlight illuminating the space. The walls were covered in photos and newspaper clippings, all related to the fire that had killed Samuel's family. In the center of the room was a makeshift altar, adorned with candles and bits of fabric. And there, sitting on the altar, was the unfinished mask, the one meant for her. Samuel emerged from the shadows, his face hidden behind a mask of his own. It was a grotesque creation, its features twisted and distorted, a reflection of the madness that consumed him. He moved slowly, deliberately, his movements almost hypnotic. Eleanor raised her gun, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her chest. "It's over, Samuel. Put your hands where I can see them." He stopped, his head tilting to the side as if studying her. "It's never over," he said, his voice muffled by the mask. "The unmasking is just the beginning. You'll see the truth soon enough." The words sent a chill down her spine, but she held her ground, refusing to let him see her fear. The rest of the team burst into the room, their guns trained on Samuel. For a moment, it seemed like it might end without violence. But then Samuel lunged, his movements swift and unpredictable. The room erupted into chaos as the team tried to subdue him, their shouts echoing off the walls. Eleanor tried to keep track of him in the chaos, but he was fast, too fast. He slipped past the team and disappeared into the shadows, his laughter following him like a ghost. She knew they wouldn't catch him. Not here, not now. This was his domain, and he was always one step ahead. As the team regrouped, Eleanor stared at the mask on the altar, her heart heavy with dread. Samuel had gotten away again, and the final act of his ritual was still unfolding. The spiral was tightening, and she was running out of time. Chapter 8. Into the depths the laughter lingered in the air long after Samuel had vanished, a haunting reminder of his elusiveness. Eleanor stood in the small room, her flashlight trembling in her hand as she stared at the unfinished mask on the altar. It was a grotesque symbol of Samuel's madness, and it was meant for her. The thought sent a chill through her, but she couldn't afford to falter. She had to push forward, even if it meant descending deeper into the nightmare. The team searched the underground room for any clues Samuel might have left behind, but it was eerily empty. The masks on the walls seemed to mock them, their hollow eyes gleaming in the dim light. Eleanor felt a growing sense of frustration, knowing that Samuel was always one step ahead. But she also knew that he hadn't finished his ritual, that the final act was still to come. And that meant there was still time to stop him. She returned to the station, her mind racing as she pored over the map and the journal again. The spiral was the key. It was a roadmap to Samuel's ritual, a countdown to something catastrophic. She traced the red dots with her finger, trying to decipher the pattern. The center was the workshop, but the outer edges were marked with locations that hadn't been hit yet. Samuel was moving inward, closer to the heart of the town. Her eyes fell on a dot near the edge of the spiral, a location she hadn't noticed before. It was marked with a question mark, indicating that Samuel hadn't decided on its purpose yet. But now, with the final act drawing near, she knew it was significant. She grabbed her coat and headed out into the rain, desperate to find answers before it was too late. The location was an abandoned church on the outskirts of town, its steeple looming against the stormy sky. The building was old and crumbling, its windows shattered and its doors hanging off their hinges. Eleanor hesitated at the entrance, her instincts screaming at her to turn back. But she couldn't. She had to see this through. Inside, the church was dark and oppressive, the air thick with dust and decay. The pews were overturned, the altar cracked and covered in debris. But what caught Eleanor's attention was the symbol painted on the floor, a spiral, identical to the one on the map. In its center was a circle of candles, their flames flickering in the darkness. She moved closer, her heart pounding in her chest. The candles surrounded a small, leather-bound book, one she recognized immediately. It was Samuel's journal, the one she had found in the underground room. But this was a different volume, its pages filled with sketches and notes that detailed the final stages of his ritual. Eleanor flipped through the journal, her hands trembling as she read the words. Samuel had planned every detail with meticulous precision, from the masks to the timing to the locations. But it was the final page that chilled her to the bone. It was a sketch of the church, with the spiral at its center. And in the middle of the spiral was a figure wearing a mask, her mask. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. Samuel wasn't just trying to punish the town, he was trying to unmask her, to force her to confront the truth he believed she was hiding. But what truth? She didn't understand, but she knew one thing: she couldn't let him succeed. As she turned to leave, the candles flickered and went out, plunging the church into darkness. Eleanor froze, her hand instinctively going to her gun. She could hear it again, the laughter. It was soft and mocking, echoing through the empty space. She swung her flashlight around, searching for the source, but there was nothing. The laughter faded, leaving her alone in the darkness. But it wasn't the silence that scared her, it was the feeling that she was being watched. She knew Samuel was there, somewhere in the shadows, waiting. And she knew that the final act was about to begin. Chapter 9. The unmasking the church was silent as Eleanor stood in the center of the spiral, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The journal clutched in her hand felt heavy, its pages filled with Samuel's mad ramblings. She knew she had to act fast. The final act of his ritual was close, and the spiral was tightening. But the question that gnawed at her was this: what truth was Samuel trying to unmask? The laughter came again, softer this time, and closer. Eleanor spun around, her flashlight beam sweeping the room. Shadows danced on the walls, the flicker of her light giving them a life they didn't deserve. She called out his name, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her chest. "Samuel! It's over! Show yourself!" There was a sound behind her, a soft rustling like fabric brushing against stone. She turned just in time to see a figure step out of the shadows. It was Samuel, his face still hidden behind the grotesque mask. He moved slowly, deliberately, his movements almost hypnotic. In his hand was the unfinished mask, the one meant for her. Eleanor raised her gun, her finger hovering over the trigger. "It's over, Samuel. Put it down." He tilted his head, as if considering her words, but he didn't stop. His voice, muffled by the mask, was calm and measured. "You don't understand. The unmasking isn't about pain, it's about truth. I tried to show them. I tried to make them see. But they never understood." She took a step back, her mind racing. Samuel's grief had twisted into something far worse, a need to force others to confront the same pain he had suffered. But why her? What truth was he trying to reveal? She kept her gun trained on him as she spoke, her voice firm. "What are you talking about? What truth?" Samuel held up the unfinished mask, his fingers tracing its edges. "The fire wasn't an accident," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. "It was negligence. The landlord knew the wiring was faulty, but he didn't care. He let it happen. He let my family die." Eleanor's heart sank as she realized what he was saying. Samuel wasn't just punishing the town, he was punishing those he blamed for the fire. "And you," Samuel continued, his voice rising, "you were part of it. You were the detective on duty that night. You could have stopped him. You could have saved them. But you didn't." The words hit her like a physical blow, her mind reeling as she tried to process them. She had been on duty that night, but the fire had been ruled an accident. She had never thought to question it. Samuel took a step closer, his gaze fixed on her. The unmasking is about revealing the truth. It's about making you see what you've done, what you've failed to do. Eleanor's grip on the gun tightened, her voice shaking with anger. "I didn't know, Samuel. I didn't know about the wiring. I would have done something if I had. But you didn't," Samuel snapped, his voice breaking. "And now you have to face it, just like I did." He lunged at her, the mask in his hand outstretched. Eleanor fired, the shot echoing through the church. Samuel staggered back, a cry of pain escaping his lips. But he didn't fall. Instead, he ripped the mask from his face, revealing the raw grief and fury beneath. His eyes burned with a desperate intensity as he held up the unfinished mask. "You can't escape it," he said, his voice trembling. "None of us can. The truth will always find you." Eleanor fired again, her shot striking his shoulder. This time, Samuel dropped the mask, his body crumpling to the floor. She moved to restrain him, her hands trembling as she cuffed him. The fight left him then, his sobs filling the silence of the church. As she called for backup, Eleanor stared at the mask lying on the floor. It was unfinished, just like Samuel's ritual. But the truth he had tried to reveal, the truth about the fire, about her own failings, was something she would have to face. The unmasking wasn't over. Not yet. Chapter 10. The truth revealed. Samuel lay on the floor of the church, his cuffed hands trembling as he stared up at the cracked ceiling. His sobs had subsided into a hollow silence, broken only by the soft patter of rain against the broken windows. Eleanor knelt beside him, her gun holstered but her heart still racing. She had stopped him, but the weight of his words lingered, pressing down on her like a stone. Backup arrived moments later, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they secured the scene. Carter was among them, his face pale with worry as he took in the sight of Samuel and the unfinished mask. He approached Eleanor, his voice low. "Are you okay?" She nodded, but the question felt inadequate. She wasn't okay. Not yet. Samuel was taken into custody, his head bowed as he was led out of the church. Eleanor watched him go, her mind swirling with the truths he had forced her to confront. The fire that had killed his family, it hadn't been an accident. And she, as the detective on duty, had failed to see the signs. She had failed him. The realization was a bitter pill to swallow. In the days that followed, Eleanor pored over the old case files, searching for evidence of negligence. Samuel's claims were true. The landlord had ignored multiple warnings about the faulty wiring, choosing profit over safety. The fire should have been prevented. It could have been prevented. And now, years later, the truth was finally coming to light. The media picked up the story, sparking outrage across the town. Calls for justice echoed through the streets, and the landlord was arrested on charges of manslaughter. But for Eleanor, it wasn't enough. Samuel's grief had turned him into a monster, and the blood he had spilled couldn't be washed away. She couldn't shake the feeling that she could have stopped it all if only she had looked harder, if only she had seen the truth sooner. She visited Samuel in custody, her heart heavy as she sat across from him in the cold, sterile room. His mask was gone, his face bare and raw with emotion. He looked older, worn down by the weight of his pain. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice quiet but sincere. "I should have done more. I should have seen it." Samuel met her gaze, his eyes hollow but no longer filled with rage. "It's not just you," he said, his voice weak. "It's all of us. We're all blind to the truth until it's too late. That's what the unmasking is about, forcing us to see what we don't want to." His words struck a chord, but they offered no comfort. Eleanor left the station that day with a heavy heart, the weight of the case still pressing down on her. She returned to the workshop, now sealed off as a crime scene, and stood in the underground room where Samuel had crafted his masks. The spiral on the map was complete, the final act of his ritual over. But the unmasking wasn't just about Samuel, it was about her, too. She found the unfinished mask, still sitting on the altar where Samuel had left it. Its hollow eyes seemed to stare at her, a silent reminder of the truth she had uncovered. She picked it up, her fingers tracing its edges. It was a symbol of pain, of loss, of the darkness that could consume even the strongest of people. As she left the workshop, Eleanor made a promise to herself. She would do better. She would be better. The truth Samuel had revealed was a painful one, but it was also a chance to grow, to learn, to make sure that no one else would suffer the way he had. The days turned into weeks, and life in the town slowly returned to normal. The case faded from the headlines, but the lessons it had taught lingered. Eleanor continued to work, her approach to investigations more thorough, her commitment to justice stronger than ever. She couldn't change the past, but she could shape the future. And as she stood in front of Clara's headstone one last time, Eleanor felt a sense of closure. The spiral was complete, the unmasking over. Samuel's grief had been a force of destruction, but it had also been a catalyst for change. The truth had been revealed, and with it came the chance for healing. The Whispering Shadows. Chapter 1. The missing shadows, the town of Ravenshade, clung to the edge of the world like a wound that refused to heal. Perched on jagged cliffs that plummeted into the churning sea below, the town was a place where the fog never quite lifted and the air carried the faint scent of salt and decay. Its narrow streets were lined with weathered cottages, their windows dark and lifeless even in the daylight. The townsfolk spoke in hushed tones, their voices drowned out by the endless roar of the waves. It was a place where secrets festered, and the past lingered like a shadow over the present. On the morning of October 17th, the fog was thicker than usual, clinging to the cliffs like a shroud. Fisherman Tom Hargrove stumbled along the rocky shore, his boots slipping on the slick stones. He had been out since dawn, checking his lobster traps, but the cold and the fog had driven him back early. As he made his way toward the town, something caught his eye, a shape lying motionless on the rocks. At first, he thought it was a piece of driftwood, but as he drew closer, his heart began to pound. It was a body. A woman's body, sprawled face down on the rocks, her arms twisted at unnatural angles. Tom's first instinct was to call out, but the words caught in his throat. Something about the scene felt wrong, deeply wrong. He crouched down, his breath shallow, and reached out to turn her over. When he did, he let out a strangled cry. The woman's face was frozen in an expression of pure terror, her eyes wide and unseeing. But that wasn't the worst of it. Beneath her, where her shadow should have been, there was nothing but an empty space. The alarm spread quickly through Ravenshade. By the time Sheriff Colleen Reeves arrived, a small crowd had gathered on the shore, their faces pale and their voices hushed. The sheriff was a no-nonsense woman in her late 40s, with sharp features and a demeanor that brooked no nonsense. She pushed through the crowd, her boots crunching on the rocks, and knelt beside the body. She recognized the woman immediately, Margaret Vale, the town's librarian. Margaret was well-liked, a quiet soul who spent her days cataloging old books and tending to the town's small library. To see her like this, twisted and lifeless, was unthinkable. Sheriff Reeves examined the body with a practiced eye. There were no visible wounds, no signs of struggle. It was as if Margaret had simply dropped where she stood, frozen in a moment of terror. But the absence of her shadow was what troubled the sheriff most. It wasn't just missing, it was as if it had been ripped away, leaving behind a void that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. She stood and turned to the crowd, her voice sharp and commanding. "Everyone, go home. No. And if any of you saw anything at all, I want to hear about it." The crowd dispersed, their whispers fading into the fog, but Sheriff Reeves remained on the shore, her mind racing. She had never seen anything like this before, and the eerie feeling in the air told her this was no ordinary murder. She needed help, someone who could make sense of the inexplicable. That's when she thought of Dr. Gabriel Cross. Gabriel was the town's resident psychiatrist, a man with a sharp mind and a haunted past. He had been a recluse since his wife's death, but if anyone could help her crack this case, it was him. Gabriel Cross lived in a sprawling Victorian house on the edge of town, its windows perpetually shuttered and its garden overgrown. When Sheriff Reeves arrived, she found him in his study, surrounded by books and papers. He was a tall man in his late 30s, with dark hair and hollow eyes that betrayed the weight of his grief. He listened as the sheriff described the scene, his expression growing darker with each word. "A missing shadow?" he asked, his voice low and measured. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," the sheriff replied. "And it's not just that. The body, it's like she died of fear. I've never seen anything like it." Gabriel leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. He was silent for a long moment, his mind working through the possibilities. Finally he stood, his eyes meeting the sheriff's. "Take me to the body." The drive to the shore was quiet, the fog pressing in on all sides. When they arrived, the body was still there, covered by a tarp to keep it from prying eyes. Gabriel knelt beside it, his movements deliberate. He lifted the tarp and studied Margaret's face, his expression unreadable. There was something about her pose, the twisted limbs and the frozen expression, that struck a chord in him. He felt a flicker of recognition, as if he had seen this before in a dream or a nightmare. "This wasn't an ordinary murder," Gabriel said at last, his voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever did this, it wasn't human." The sheriff frowned. "What are you saying? That this was some kind of monster?" Gabriel shook his head. "I don't know. Not yet. But I intend to find out." As they left the shore, Gabriel couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The fog seemed to close in around them, and the whispers of the waves took on an ominous tone. He glanced back at the body one last time, his heart heavy with dread. Something was stirring in Ravenshade, something ancient and malevolent, and he had the sinking feeling that this was only the beginning. That night, Gabriel lay awake in his bed, the events of the day replaying in his mind. The image of Margaret's twisted body haunted him, as did the void where her shadow should have been. He tried to push the thoughts away, but they lingered like a dark cloud. As he drifted into an uneasy sleep, he heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible, coming from the shadows in the corner of the room. It said only one word: soon. Chapter 2. Dr. Cross's Demons. Gabriel woke with a start, his heart pounding in his chest. The room was dark, but the faint glimmer of moonlight seeped through the cracks in the curtains, casting long shadows on the walls. The whisper he had heard before falling asleep lingered in his mind, a faint echo that refused to fade. He sat up, his hands trembling, and reached for the glass of water on his nightstand. As he drank, he noticed something strange. His shadow on the wall seemed to move independently, its head tilting as if watching him. He blinked, and it was still again. Just his imagination, he told himself. Just his imagination. Sleep was out of the question. Gabriel left his bed and wandered downstairs, the house creaking around him like a living thing. He poured himself a cup of cold coffee from the pot he had made earlier and sat at the kitchen table, staring into the dark liquid. The events of the day haunted him: Margaret's twisted body, the missing shadow, the creeping feeling of being watched. He knew he should have turned Sheriff Reeves down, told her he wasn't the right person for this. But something had compelled him to say yes, something he couldn't quite name. He thought of Eliza, his wife, as he often did in moments of quiet. She had been gone for 5 years, but the pain of her loss was still as fresh as it had been the day she died. He could still see her face, her smile, the way her eyes lit up when she laughed. He could still hear her voice, soft and warm, calling his name. But then there were the other memories: the accident, the blood, her lifeless body in his arms. Those memories were the ones that kept him awake at night. The sound of the clock ticking in the hallway broke him out of his thoughts. Gabriel stood and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains to look out at the town below. Ravenshade was quiet, the streets empty and the fog hanging low. It was a town that felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. He wondered if the other residents felt it too, the sense of unease that had settled over the place like a heavy blanket. Or if it was just him, his own demons clouding his perception. The next morning, Gabriel drove to the town's small police station, a squat brick building on the edge of the square. Sheriff Reeves was waiting for him, her expression grim. "I've got the preliminary autopsy report," she said, handing him a file. Gabriel opened it and skimmed the contents, his brow furrowing. The cause of death was listed as cardiac arrest, but there was no explanation for the contorted position of the body or the missing shadow. "This doesn't make any sense," he muttered. Sheriff Reeves nodded. "I know. That's why I need your help, Gabriel. You're the only one in this town with the expertise to make sense of something like this." Gabriel hesitated. He wanted to refuse, to walk away and leave the mystery for someone else to solve. But he couldn't. Not when he felt the pull of the case, the same pull that had compelled him to say yes the day before. "All right," he said finally. "But I'm going to need access to everything. Witness statements, Margaret's personal effects, anything you've got. The sheriff led him to a small room at the back of the station, where Margaret's belongings had been laid out on a table. There wasn't much: a set of keys, a wallet, a notebook. Gabriel picked up the notebook and flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the neat handwriting. Most of the entries were mundane reminders, to-do lists, notes about books she had read. But one entry caught his eye. It was dated 2 days before her death and read, "I keep seeing it. In the corner of my eye, in the shadows. It's watching me. I can feel it." Gabriel felt a chill run down his spine. He showed the entry to Sheriff Reeves, who frowned. "What do you think it means?" she asked. Gabriel shook his head. "I'm not sure. But it's clear Margaret was frightened before she died. She saw something or thought she did." He set the notebook down and turned to the sheriff. "I need to see her house. Maybe there's something there that can shed more light on this." Margaret Vale's house was a small cottage on the edge of town, its garden overgrown and its windows dark. Gabriel and Sheriff Reeves let themselves in with the keys from Margaret's belongings. The interior was neat and orderly, the furniture arranged with meticulous care. But there was an odd feeling to the place, a sense of tension that made the air feel heavy. Gabriel began to search the house, his eyes scanning the rooms for anything out of the ordinary. In the living room, he found a stack of books on the coffee table, all of them about local folklore and legends. One of the books was open to a page about the shadow stealers, ancient entities said to feed on human shadows. Gabriel's heart skipped a beat as he read the passage. The shadow stealers are said to be drawn to those who are lost, those who carry a darkness within them. Once they have chosen a victim, there is no escape. He showed the passage to Sheriff Reeves, who looked uneasy. "You don't actually believe this, do you?" she asked. Gabriel didn't answer. He couldn't. The words in the book had struck a chord in him, stirring a memory that he couldn't quite place. He felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread, as if the walls of the house were closing in around him. "Let's get out of here," he said abruptly, heading for the door. The sheriff followed, her expression troubled. Outside, the fog had thickened, and the town felt eerily quiet. Gabriel couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Back at his house, Gabriel tried to make sense of what he had found. The legend of the shadow stealers, Margaret's journal entry, the feeling of being watched, it was all connected somehow. But how? And why? He sat at his desk, his head in his hands, and tried to push the thoughts away. But the whispers returned, faint and insistent, and he knew that whatever was happening in Ravenshade, it was far from over. The fog in Ravenshade was relentless, clinging to the streets like a living thing. Gabriel walked to the town's archive, a small, dusty building tucked away near the cliffs. The archive was a repository of the town's history, filled with crumbling documents and forgotten stories. He hoped to find more about the shadow stealers, something that could explain Margaret's death. As he stepped inside, the musty smell of old paper and mildew greeted him. The archivist, an elderly man named Mr. Hargrove, nodded at him from behind a desk piled high with books. Gabriel explained what he was looking for, and Mr. Hargrove's eyes widened. "The shadow stealers," he muttered, his voice trembling. "I haven't heard that name in years." He led Gabriel to a section of the archive filled with journals and ledgers from the town's early days. "It's all here," he said, "though I wouldn't go digging into it if I were you. Some things are best left buried." Gabriel thanked him and began to sift through the documents, his fingers brushing against brittle pages yellowed with age. The first account he found was from the late 1800s, written by a fisherman named Samuel Blackwood. Blackwood described a series of strange deaths in the town, each victim found without their shadow. He wrote of whispers in the night, of shadowy figures seen on the cliffs, and of a curse that had plagued Ravenshade since its founding. Gabriel's pulse quickened as he read. The similarities to Margaret's death were unmistakable. He flipped through more documents, piecing together the story of the shadow stealers. According to the legends, The Shadow Stealers were born from a ritual gone wrong. Centuries ago, a group of sailors had sought to summon a powerful entity to protect their ships, but something had gone awry. The entity they summoned was not a protector but a predator, feeding on human shadows to sustain itself. The sailors had managed to banish it, but not before it cursed the town, promising to return every few generations to claim new victims. Gabriel felt a chill as he read the final line of the account. The shadows are not ours to keep. They belong to something older, something darker. As he closed the book, Gabriel heard a faint sound, like a whisper, coming from the corner of the room. He turned, but there was nothing there. Just shadows, deep and unmoving. He shook his head, trying to dispel the unease settling in his chest, but the feeling lingered. He gathered the documents he had found and left the archive, the weight of the town's history pressing down on him. The fog outside seemed thicker now, the streets eerily quiet. He returned to his house, his mind racing. The legends, the deaths, the whispers, it was all connected. But how? And what did it have to do with him? He sat at his desk, the documents spread out before him, and tried to make sense of it all. The more he read, the more he felt the pull of the mystery, like a thread tugging at his soul. He knew he couldn't walk away, not now. Not when the truth was so close. That evening, the town was shaken again. Another body was found, this time on the cliffs overlooking the sea. It was a fisherman named Sam Tucker, a man Gabriel had known in passing. Like Margaret, Sam's shadow was missing, and his body was frozen in a pose of abject terror. The scene was eerily similar to the first murder, but there was one chilling difference. Scrawled in blood on the rocks nearby were the words, "The Shadow's Hunger." The message sent a ripple of fear through the town. Sheriff Reeves called Gabriel to the scene, her face pale and drawn. "This is getting out of hand," she said, her voice tight with worry. "People are scared, Gabriel. They're talking about curses and monsters. I need answers." Gabriel examined the body, his gut twisting as he took in the twisted limbs and the hollow void where Sam's shadow should have been. The whispers in his mind grew louder, a cacophony of voices he couldn't quite understand. He felt a surge of frustration and fear, the weight of the mystery pressing down on him. Back at his house, Gabriel tried to piece together the clues. The victims, the missing shadows, the message on the rocks, it all pointed to something ritualistic, something ancient. He thought of the legends, of the curse that had plagued Ravenshade for centuries. Could it be true? Could the Shadow Stealers be real? The idea felt absurd, but the evidence was hard to ignore. He felt a sudden, overwhelming need to talk to someone, to share the burden of what he was uncovering. But who? He thought of Eliza, as he often did in moments of desperation. She had always been his sounding board, the one person who could calm his racing mind. But she was gone, and he was alone. He sat in the dark, the whispers in his mind growing louder, and felt the walls of the house closing in around him. He needed answers, and he needed them soon, before the killer struck again. The next day, Gabriel returned to the archive, determined to find more. He spent hours poring over the documents, piecing together the story of the Shadow Stealers. The more he read, the more he began to suspect that the key to the mystery lay in the curse's origins. But the details were vague, the records incomplete. He felt the frustration building, the whispers in his mind urging him to dig deeper. He didn't notice the shadows in the room shifting, didn't see the figure watching him from the corner. That night, Gabriel lay awake, the events of the day replaying in his mind. The whispers were louder now, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from the very walls. He tried to ignore them, to focus on the facts, but the fear gnawed at him. What if the legends were real? What if the Shadow Stealers were behind the murders? And what if they were coming for him next? He felt a chill as he realized he might be the next target, his own shadow a prize for the ancient predator. The whispers in Gabriel's mind had become a constant presence, a low hum that refused to fade. He tried to ignore them, to focus on the investigation, but they grew louder with each passing hour. That morning, he returned to the archive, determined to find more about the curse and the shadow stealers. Mr. Hargrove was absent, the building empty and silent. Gabriel moved through the stacks, his fingers brushing against the spines of ancient books, each one a potential clue to the mystery. He found a leather-bound journal tucked away in a corner, its pages brittle and yellowed. The entries were written in a cramped, shaky hand, the ink faded with age. The journal belonged to a woman named Eleanor Hargrove, who had lived in Ravenshade in the early 1800s. She wrote of strange occurrences in the town, shadows moving on their own, whispers in the dark, and townspeople vanishing without a trace. Her final entry sent a chill down Gabriel's spine. "They are here. The shadow stealers. They have taken my brother, and I fear I am next. God help us all." Gabriel's hands trembled as he closed the journal. The parallels to the current murders were undeniable. He thought of Margaret, of Sam, of the message scrawled in blood. The shadow stealers had returned, just as they had centuries ago. But why now? And why Ravenshade? He began to piece together the history of the town, the events that might have triggered the curse's resurgence. His mind raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. He found mention of the ritual that had summoned the shadow stealers, a ceremony conducted by a group of sailors desperate for protection. The sailors had sought to bind the entity to their will, but they had underestimated its power. The entity had turned on them, feeding on their shadows and cursing the town. Gabriel felt a pang of dread as he read the details of the ritual. It had taken place on the cliffs, at a spot known as the Black Altar, a place Gabriel had never heard of. The Black Altar was supposedly marked by a circle of ancient stones, hidden in a cave beneath the cliffs. Gabriel wondered if the killer or whatever was behind the murders was using the same spot to conduct their own ritual. He needed to find it, to see if there was any evidence of the curse's return. But the thought of going down there alone filled him with unease. The whispers in his mind seemed to grow louder at the idea, as if urging him to go, to uncover the truth. That afternoon, Gabriel met with Sheriff Reeves to share what he had found. She listened in silence, her expression growing darker with each word. When he finished, she leaned back in her chair, her face etched with worry. "If what you're saying is true, then we're dealing with something unnatural," she said, her voice low. "Something we're not equipped to handle." Gabriel nodded. "I know. But we can't ignore it. If the shadow stealers are behind this, then we need to stop them before they claim another victim." The sheriff agreed to help him search for the Black Altar, though she made it clear she was skeptical about the supernatural angle. They drove to the cliffs, the fog rolling in off the sea like a shroud. Gabriel felt a sense of foreboding as they approached the spot where Sam's body had been found. The rocks were slick with seawater, the sound of the waves crashing below deafening. They searched the area, their flashlights cutting through the gloom, until they found a narrow path leading down to a cave. The cave was dark and damp, the air heavy with the smell of salt and decay. Gabriel felt a chill as they stepped inside, the flashlight beams revealing walls covered in ancient carvings. The carvings depicted strange, shadowy figures, their forms twisted and menacing. In the center of the cave was a circle of stones, the ground within it charred and blackened. Gabriel's heart pounded as he realized what he was looking at, the Black Altar, the place where the curse had begun. Sheriff Reeves swore under her breath, her skepticism evaporating in the face of the eerie scene. "This is it, isn't it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Gabriel nodded, his eyes fixed on the charred ground. He felt a pull, a connection to the spot, as if the shadows themselves were calling to him. He knelt, his fingers brushing against the blackened earth, and felt a surge of cold, dark energy. The whispers in his mind crescendoed, filling his head with a cacophony of voices. As he stood, something caught his eye, a faint glimmer in the corner of the cave. He moved closer, his flashlight beam illuminating a small, metallic object. It was a locket, tarnished with age, its surface engraved with a single word, Eliza. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. He recognized the locket instantly. It had belonged to his wife, a gift he had given her on their wedding day. He had thought it lost in the accident that took her life. What was it doing here? The discovery shook him to his core. How had the locket ended up in the cave, in the very spot tied to the curse? He felt a surge of grief and confusion, the whispers in his mind growing louder, more insistent. Sheriff Reeves placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression filled with concern. "Gabriel, we need to go. We've seen enough." He nodded numbly, clutching the locket in his hand. As they left the cave, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled onto something far bigger and more personal than he had anticipated. That night, Gabriel sat in his study, the locket resting on his desk. He stared at it, his mind racing with questions. What did it mean? Why had it been in the cave? And how did it connect to the murders? The whispers in his mind were a constant presence now, a low hum that refused to fade. He felt a growing sense of desperation, as if the answers were just out of reach. Outside, the fog thickened, and the town of Ravenshade held its breath, waiting for the next tragedy to strike. Eliza's locket lay on Gabriel's desk, its tarnished surface catching the dim light of the room. He stared at it, his mind swirling with questions and a deep, gnawing unease. How had it ended up in the black altar? Was it a coincidence, or something more sinister? He picked it up, the cold metal pressing against his palm, and felt a shiver run through him. The whispers in his mind grew louder, their words indistinct but urgent, as if they were trying to tell him something. He decided to visit the site of Eliza's accident, a winding cliffside road not far from Ravenshade. The fog hung low, obscuring the sharp drop to the sea below. Gabriel parked his car and stepped out, the cold air biting at his skin. He walked to the edge, where the guardrail was still bent and scarred from the crash. 5 years had passed, but the memory was as vivid as ever. Eliza's scream, the sound of metal crunching against rock, her lifeless body in his arms. He knelt at the edge, his heart heavy with grief and guilt. As he stood, he noticed something strange. The shadows around him seemed to shift, their edges blurring and twisting in ways that defied the light. The whispers in his mind grew louder, more insistent, and he felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of being watched. He turned, expecting to see someone behind him, but the road was empty. The fog seemed to close in around him, the world narrowing to a small, suffocating space. He stumbled back to his car, his hands trembling on the wheel. That evening, Gabriel returned to his house, the locket still clutched in his hand. He sat at his desk, his mind racing. The connection between Eliza and the black altar, the shifting shadows, the whispers, it was all connected. But how? He opened the locket, his breath catching as he saw the small photo inside. It was a picture of them on their wedding day, their faces filled with happiness. He felt a surge of pain, the loss of her still raw after all these years. As he stared at the photo, the whispers grew louder, their words becoming clearer. "She's not gone," they said, their voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus. "She's waiting. The shadows took her. The shadows can bring her back." Gabriel's heart pounded in his chest. Was it possible? Could Eliza still be out there, trapped in the shadows? Or was it just his grief and the whispers playing tricks on him? He felt a glimmer of hope, dangerous and irrational, but impossible to ignore. Gabriel spent the night poring over the documents he had gathered, searching for any mention of the shadows taking people. He found a single reference in Eleanor Hargrove's journal. They say the shadow stealers take more than just shadows. They take souls, trapping them in darkness. The words sent a chill down his spine. If the legends were true, then Eliza's soul might still exist, trapped wherever the shadows went. But how could he reach her? And at what cost? The next morning, Sheriff Reeves called him to the station. Another body had been found, this time in the woods on the outskirts of town. It was a young woman named Claire Bennett, a newcomer to Ravenshade. Her shadow was gone, her body twisted in the same pose of terror as the others. On a nearby tree, carved into the bark, were the words, "The Shadow's Hunger." The message was the same, but something about it felt more personal, as if it was meant for Gabriel. Gabriel examined the scene, his mind racing. The killer or the entity was escalating, its victims becoming more frequent. He felt a growing sense of urgency, the whispers in his mind urging him to act. But how? Sheriff Reeves pulled him aside, her expression grim. "We need to stop this, Gabriel. People are starting to panic. If we don't figure out what's going on, this town is going to tear itself apart." He nodded, but his thoughts were already elsewhere, focused on Eliza and the possibility of bringing her back. He returned to the black altar, the locket in his pocket. The cave felt colder than before, the air thick with an oppressive energy. He knelt in the center of the circle of stones, his heart pounding. The whispers grew louder, their words merging into a single insistent command. "Call her. Bring her back." Gabriel hesitated, his rational mind screaming that this was madness. But the hope, the desperate, irrational hope, was too strong to ignore. He closed his eyes and whispered Eliza's name, his voice trembling. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the temperature in the cave dropped, the air turning icy. Gabriel opened his eyes and saw shadows swirling around him, their forms twisting and shifting. The whispers became louder, more intense, and he felt a surge of fear and exhilaration. "Eliza," he said again, his voice stronger this time. The shadows coalesced into a single, dark mass, and from within it, a figure emerged. It was Eliza, her face pale and her eyes hollow, but undeniably her. She stepped toward him, her movements slow and deliberate. Gabriel's heart leapt, but something about her felt wrong. Her eyes were empty, her expression devoid of emotion. "Eliza," he said, his voice trembling. She tilted her head, as if studying him, and then spoke, her voice a hollow echo. "You called me back, but you should not have. The shadows are not kind, Gabriel. They do not give freely." Before he could respond, she reached out, her hand cold as ice, and pressed it against his chest. The world seemed to shatter around him, the cave dissolving into darkness. Gabriel felt a searing pain in his chest, as if something was being ripped from him. He looked down and saw his shadow twisting, writhing, as if it was being pulled away. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. The last thing he saw before the darkness claimed him was Eliza's face, her expression filled with sorrow. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "The shadow's hunger." Gabriel woke in the cave, the cold stone pressing against his back. His head throbbed, and his chest felt hollow, as if something vital had been torn from him. He sat up slowly, his vision swimming, and looked around. The shadows in the cave were still and silent, the oppressive energy gone. The last thing he remembered was Eliza's face, her hollow eyes filled with sorrow, and her whispered apology. He reached up to touch his chest, half expecting to find a gaping wound, but his skin was unbroken. Still, something felt irreparably wrong. He stumbled out of the cave, the sunlight blinding after the darkness inside. The fog had lifted, and the cliffs were bathed in an eerie golden light. Gabriel's legs felt unsteady as he walked to his car, his mind racing. What had just happened? Had he really seen Eliza? Or was it just a trick of the shadows, a cruel illusion? He opened the car door and caught sight of himself in the side mirror. His face was pale, his eyes shadowed, but the real shock was what he didn't see. His reflection was there, but his shadow was gone. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. His shadow was gone. Just like Margaret, like Sam, like Claire. He felt a surge of panic, his hands trembling as he gripped the steering wheel. The whispers in his mind were silent now, replaced by a deep, unsettling void. He drove back to Ravenshade in a daze, the weight of what had happened pressing down on him. The missing shadow was a sign that he had crossed a line, that he was now a part of the curse in a way he couldn't reverse. When he arrived home, Sheriff Reeves was waiting for him. She took one look at his face and knew something was wrong. "Gabriel," she said, her voice laced with concern. "What happened? You look like hell." He tried to explain, but the words came out jumbled, disjointed. He told her about the cave, about Eliza, about the shadows taking his shadow. She listened in silence, her expression growing darker with each word. When he finished, she shook her head. "This is getting out of hand. We need to put an end to this, no matter what it takes." Gabriel agreed, but he wasn't sure how. The legend spoke of the Shadow Stealers as an ancient malevolent force, something that couldn't be stopped by conventional means. He felt a growing sense of despair, the missing shadow a constant reminder of his vulnerability. He spent the rest of the day researching, poring over the documents he had gathered, searching for a way to break the curse. He found mention of a ritual, a way to banish the Shadow Stealers, but it was incomplete. The details were vague, the instructions fragmented. That night, he dreamed of Eliza. She stood in the shadows, her face pale and her eyes hollow. "You shouldn't have called me back," she whispered, her voice filled with sorrow. "The shadows are not kind, Gabriel. They feed on despair, on loss, on the darkness within us. You gave them a piece of yourself, and now they will take the rest." He tried to reach out to her, but she dissolved into darkness, her form twisting and shifting until it was gone. He woke in a cold sweat, the dream lingering in his mind like a nightmare. The next morning, the town was in an uproar. Another body had been found, this time in the town square. It was a man named Thomas Grady, a farmer who had lived in Ravenshade his entire life. His shadow was gone, his body twisted in the same pose of terror as the others. Gabriel went to the scene, his heart heavy with dread. He examined the body, his hands trembling as he noted the familiar signs. The missing shadow, the contorted limbs. On the ground nearby, scrawled in blood, were the words, "The shadows are growing." Sheriff Reeves pulled him aside, her expression grim. "This has to stop, Gabriel. People are terrified. They're talking about leaving the town, about abandoning everything they've built here. If we don't put an end to this soon, there won't be a Ravenshade left to save." He nodded, but he felt helpless. The missing shadow had drained him, sapping his strength and his will. He wasn't sure he had the energy to fight anymore, but he knew he had to try. For Eliza, for the town, for himself. Gabriel returned to the black altar, determined to find a way to break the curse. The cave was cold and silent, the air thick with an oppressive energy. He knelt in the center of the circle of stones, his eyes closed, and focused on the fragmented ritual he had read about. He spoke the words he could remember, his voice trembling but determined. The shadows around him began to shift, their forms twisting and writhing. He felt a surge of energy, dark and powerful, and knew something was happening. The shadows coalesced into a single, dark mass, and from within it, the Shadow Stealer emerged. It was a figure of pure darkness, its form shifting and undefined, its eyes glowing with a cold, malevolent light. Gabriel felt a surge of fear, but he stood his ground. "You've taken enough," he said, his voice firm. "You've taken my wife, my shadow, and my peace. I won't let you take anything else." The Shadow Stealer tilted its head, as if considering him, and then spoke, its voice a hollow echo. "You called us back, mortal. You gave us power. Now, you must pay the price." Before Gabriel could respond, the Shadow Stealer reached out, its hand cold as ice, and pressed it against his chest. He felt a searing pain, as if something was being ripped from him, and then darkness claimed him once more. The last thing he saw before the world dissolved was Eliza's face, her expression filled with sorrow. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "The shadows hunger." When Gabriel woke, he was back in the cave, the shadow stealer gone. He felt hollow, drained, but somehow he knew it wasn't over. The missing shadow was a constant reminder of the price he had paid, of the darkness within him. He left the cave, the weight of the curse pressing down on him, and knew that the fight was far from over. The shadows were growing, and if he didn't find a way to stop them, Ravenshade and everyone in it would be lost. The days following Gabriel's encounter at the Black Altar blurred together in a haze of exhaustion and dread. His missing shadow was a constant, eerie reminder of the cost of tampering with forces he didn't fully understand. The townspeople of Ravenshade, already on edge from the recent tragedies, now avoided him as if he carried the curse itself. Whispers followed him wherever he went, their words laced with fear and suspicion. He could feel the weight of their stares, the unspoken question hanging in the air. What does he know? Determined to find answers, Gabriel returned to the archive, despite the growing sense of futility gnawing at him. He pored over every document, every journal, every faded scrap of paper that mentioned the Shadow Stealers. The more he read, the more he realized how little he truly understood. The curse was older than the town itself, a dark stain on Ravenshade's history that had been buried but never truly eradicated. And now, it was back, stronger than ever. One entry, in particular, stood out. It was from the journal of Eleanor Hargrove, the woman whose earlier writings had first led him to the Black Altar. Her final entry was brief but chilling. The shadows are not what they seem. They are alive, hungry. They feed on fear, on grief, on the darkness in our hearts. And once they have you, there is no escape. Gabriel's hands trembled as he set the journal down, the words echoing in his mind. He thought of Eliza, of the hollow-eyed version of her he had seen in the cave. Had she been a warning? A trap? Or something else entirely? The whispers returned that night, louder now, more insistent. They no longer felt like fragments of thought, but like voices, real and distinct. He couldn't make out the words, but their tone was clear, taunting, mocking, hungry. He pressed his hands to his ears, but it was no use. The voices were inside his head, a cacophony of dread that refused to be silenced. He stumbled to the window and looked out at the darkened town. The streetlights flickered, their light swallowed by the encroaching shadows. The next morning, Sheriff Reeves arrived at his door, her face pale and drawn. "Another one," she said without preamble. "It's getting worse, Gabriel. People are starting to crack. They're seeing things, hearing things. If we don't put a stop to this soon, there won't be a town left to save." He nodded, his heart heavy. The murders were escalating, each one more brutal than the last, and he felt no closer to understanding how to stop them. Together, they returned to the Black Altar, the weight of the curse pressing down on them. The cave felt colder now, the air thick with a malevolent energy that made Gabriel's skin crawl. They searched the area for clues, their flashlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. It wasn't long before they found something, a series of symbols carved into the stone walls, ancient and jagged. Gabriel recognized them from his research. "They're wards," he said, running his fingers over the rough edges, "to keep the Shadow Stealers bound. But they're fading." Sheriff Reeves frowned. "So what?" "The curse is breaking free because these wards are failing." Gabriel nodded, his mind racing. "And if we can't restore them, the Shadow Stealers will keep taking more victims. They'll keep feeding until there's nothing left." The enormity of the task before them was overwhelming, but he knew they had no choice. They had to try. They spent the next few days gathering the materials needed to renew the wards, though Gabriel couldn't shake the feeling that it might already be too late. The whispers in his mind were louder now, more insistent, and he found it harder to tell where they ended and his own thoughts began. He began to see things out of the corner of his eye, shadowy figures lingering just out of sight, their hollow eyes watching him. He told himself it was just his imagination, but he wasn't sure he believed it. The night they planned to perform the ritual, the town was eerily quiet, as if holding its breath. Gabriel and Sheriff Reeves returned to the cave, the weight of what they were about to do hanging heavy in the air. They worked in silence, setting up the candles and herbs, tracing the symbols onto the stone floor. The air crackled with energy, and Gabriel could feel the power of the curse pressing in around them, dark and suffocating. As they began the ritual, the shadows in the cave came alive, writhing and twisting like living things. The candles flickered and went out, plunging them into darkness. Gabriel fumbled for his flashlight, his heart pounding. "Sheriff," he called, his voice shaking. There was no answer. He turned the flashlight on, its beam cutting through the darkness, and saw her standing across the circle, her face pale and her eyes wide with fear. "Gabriel," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Behind you." Before he could react, the shadows surged forward, wrapping around his arms and legs, dragging him to the ground. He struggled against them, but they were impossibly strong, their grip like iron. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was Sheriff Reeves's face, her mouth open in a silent scream. When Gabriel woke, he was back in his house, the first light of dawn creeping through the windows. His head was pounding, and his body ached as if he'd been beaten. He sat up slowly, his mind reeling. What had happened? Had they succeeded? The answer came in the form of a single chilling thought that echoed in his mind. The shadows are free. Gabriel stumbled to his feet, his body aching and his mind reeling from the events of the previous night. The ritual had failed, he was sure of it. The shadows were free, and the curse was spreading unchecked. He looked around his house, the familiar surroundings now tinged with an ominous air. The whispers in his mind were louder than ever, their voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus of dread. He tried to block them out, but they were relentless, their words impossible to ignore. He made his way to the window and looked out at the town. Ravenshade was cloaked in a thick, unnatural fog, the streetlights barely visible through the gloom. The streets were empty, the town eerily silent, as if its residents had sensed the growing darkness and retreated to their homes. Gabriel's heart sank. He had failed them. He had failed Eliza. And now, the shadows were free to claim whatever and whoever they wanted. Sheriff Reeves arrived at his door not long after, her face pale and drawn. She looked as if she hadn't slept, her eyes shadowed with fear and exhaustion. "Gabriel," she said, her voice trembling. "It's worse than we thought. The shadows, they're everywhere. People are disappearing, and those who remain are starting to lose their minds. We need to do something. Now." He nodded, his mind racing. He knew they were running out of time, but he wasn't sure what else they could do. They returned to the archive, desperation driving them forward. Gabriel rifled through the documents once more, searching for anything that could help them. He found a single faded page tucked away in an old journal, its edges crumbling with age. The writing was barely legible, but he could make out the words. To banish the shadow stealers, one must face them in the heart of darkness. Only there can the curse be broken. Gabriel read the passage aloud, his voice shaking. "The heart of darkness," Sheriff Reeves repeated, her brow furrowed. "What does that mean? Where is it?" Gabriel thought for a moment, his mind racing. "The Black Altar," he said. "It has to be. That's where the curse began. That's where we'll end it." That evening, they returned to the cave beneath the cliffs, the weight of what they were about to do pressing down on them. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, the shadows swirling around them like living things. Gabriel felt a surge of fear, but he forced himself to focus. This was their last chance. If they failed, Ravenshade was lost. They set up the candles and herbs once more, their hands trembling as they traced the ancient symbols onto the stone floor. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, their words overlapping in a chaotic chorus of dread. Gabriel tried to block them out, but they were relentless, their voices impossible to ignore. As they began the ritual, the shadows surged forward, their forms twisting and writhing like living things. The candles flickered and went out, plunging them into darkness. Gabriel fumbled for his flashlight, his heart pounding. "Sheriff," he called, his voice shaking. There was no answer. He turned the flashlight on, its beam cutting through the darkness, and saw her standing across the circle, her face pale and her eyes wide with fear. "Gabriel," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Behind you." Before he could react, the shadows surged forward, wrapping around his arms and legs, dragging him to the ground. He struggled against them, but they were impossibly strong, their grip like iron. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was Sheriff Reeves's face, her mouth open in a silent scream. When Gabriel woke, he was back in his house, the first light of dawn creeping through the windows. His head was pounding, and his body ached as if he'd been beaten. He sat up slowly, his mind reeling. What had happened? Had they succeeded? The answer came in the form of a single chilling thought that echoed in his mind. The shadows are free. Gabriel woke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, the remnants of the nightmare still clinging to him. The air in his room felt heavy, oppressive, as if the shadows themselves had seeped into the walls. He sat up, his heart pounding, and glanced at the clock. It was just past midnight. The whispers had returned, louder now, their voices overlapping in a sinister symphony. They weren't just in his head anymore, they were everywhere, slithering through the cracks in the walls, pooling in the corners of the room. He knew he couldn't stay there. The town was in chaos, and the shadows were closing in. Gabriel grabbed his coat and headed out into the night, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. The fog had returned, blanketing the streets in an impenetrable gray. The streetlights flickered weakly, their light barely piercing the gloom. Ravenshade felt like a ghost town, its once bustling streets now empty and silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable. The black altar called to him, its pull was magnetic, inescapable. It was the heart of the curse, the source of the darkness that had taken hold of the town. Gabriel knew that if he was going to face the shadows, it had to be there. As he walked, he passed houses with darkened windows, their occupants huddled inside, too afraid to venture out. The faint glow of candlelight flickered behind curtains, a small defiance against the encroaching dark. But Gabriel knew better. The shadows didn't care about candles or locked doors. They were already inside. When he reached the cemetery, the gates groaned on rusted hinges as he pushed them open. The fog was thicker here, swirling around the gravestones like ghostly fingers. The air was cold, biting through his coat, and the ground crunched beneath his feet. The black altar loomed ahead, its jagged stones jutting out of the earth like broken teeth. The air hummed with a low, guttural vibration that made his teeth ache. Gabriel stepped into the clearing, his breath visible in the frigid air. The shadows seemed to gather around him, their forms shifting and writhing like living things. He could feel their eyes on him, watching, waiting. The weight of their gaze was almost too much to bear, but he forced himself to move forward. He had come too far to turn back now. As he approached the altar, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They swirled around him, their voices overlapping in a chaotic cacophony of laughter, screams, and unintelligible mutterings. He felt a cold hand brush against his arm, and he spun around, but there was nothing there. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, and the shadows seemed to converge, taking shape before his eyes. They were here. From the darkness emerged the shadow stealers, their forms shifting and undefined, their eyes glowing with a cold, malevolent light. They moved with an unnatural grace, their movements fluid and deliberate. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat as he took a step back, his heart pounding. He had seen them before, but never like this. They were more powerful now, more corporeal, and their hunger was palpable. One of the shadow stealers lunged at him, and Gabriel stumbled back, barely avoiding its grasp. He scrambled to his feet, his mind racing. The ritual, he had to complete the ritual. He pulled the tattered page from his pocket, his hands trembling as he read the incantation. The words felt foreign on his tongue, their weight heavy in the air. The shadows hissed as he spoke, their forms writhing in agitation. The air crackled with energy as Gabriel chanted, the words spilling from his lips in a desperate rush. The shadows surged forward, their forms twisting and writhing as they were pulled back toward the altar. He could feel their anger, their desperation, as they fought against the ritual's power. But it wasn't enough. The shadows were too strong, their hold on the world too deep. Gabriel's voice wavered as he continued the incantation, his strength fading with each passing moment. He could feel the darkness pressing in on him, threatening to consume him. The whispers were deafening now, drowning out everything else. He squeezed his eyes shut, focusing on the words, on the faint glimmer of hope that still burned within him. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The shadows were gone, their forms dissipating into the night. The clearing was silent, the air still and heavy as the weight of the curse lifted. Gabriel collapsed to his knees, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. It was over, the silence that followed was deafening. Gabriel knelt in the clearing, his hands resting on the cold, damp earth, his chest rising and falling as he struggled to catch his breath. The shadows were gone, their oppressive presence lifted, but the air still felt heavy with the weight of what had just happened. The black altar stood before him, its jagged stones now silent and lifeless, the curse that had haunted Ravenshade for centuries finally broken. He wasn't sure how long he stayed there, his mind reeling with the enormity of what he had done. The ritual had worked, he had banished the Shadow Stealers. But at what cost? His body ached, and his mind felt fractured, as if the whispers had left scars that would never fully heal. He thought of Eliza, of the hollow-eyed version of her he had seen in the cave. Had she known this was how it would end? Had she tried to warn him? Questions swirled in his mind, but there were no answers. The first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, its pale golden rays cutting through the lingering fog. Gabriel stood, his legs unsteady, and took a deep breath. The town would wake to a new day, one free from the shadow of the curse. But for him, it felt like the beginning of something more, something that he wasn't sure he was ready to face. He glanced back at the black altar one last time before turning and making his way out of the cemetery. As he walked through the streets of Ravenshade, he noticed the changes almost immediately. The fog had lifted, and the air felt lighter, cleaner. The oppressive silence that had gripped the town was gone, replaced by the faint sounds of life stirring. Doors creaked open, and cautious faces peered out, their expressions a mix of relief and disbelief. The curse was broken, but its scars would remain, etched into the hearts of those who had survived. Sheriff Reeves found him standing at the edge of the town square, his gaze fixed on the spot where Thomas Grady's body had been found. She approached him quietly, her expression unreadable. "Is it over?" she asked, her voice soft but steady. Gabriel nodded, though he couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes. "It's over," he said. "The shadows are gone." She placed a hand on his shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of everything they had been through together. The days that followed were a blur. The town slowly began to rebuild, its residents emerging from their homes with a tentative hope that the nightmare was truly behind them. But for Gabriel, there was no sense of closure. The missing shadow that had haunted him since his encounter at the Black Altar was still gone, a constant reminder of the price he had paid. He wandered the streets aimlessly, his mind adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. Eliza's face lingered in his thoughts, her hollow eyes filled with sorrow. He couldn't shake the feeling that she had been more than just a projection of the curse, that a part of her had been there with him in the cave. He visited her grave one last time, the fresh flowers he placed on it a small tribute to the woman he had loved and lost. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I hope you can rest now." The townspeople slowly began to return to their normal lives, but Gabriel knew he couldn't stay. Ravenshade was no longer his home. Too much had changed, too much had been lost. He packed his few belongings into his car and prepared to leave, the weight of the past clinging to him like a shadow he couldn't shake. Sheriff Reeves found him one last time, her expression a mix of gratitude and sadness. "Where will you go?" she asked. He shook his head. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I can't stay here." As he drove away, the town faded in his rearview mirror, its streets and buildings growing smaller until they disappeared entirely. The road ahead was empty, stretching out into the horizon like a blank canvas. Gabriel didn't know what waited for him out there, but he knew he had to keep moving. The curse was gone, but the scars it left behind would always be a part of him. The whispers were silent now, the voices that had haunted him for so long finally stilled. But the void they left behind was harder to bear than he had expected. He felt adrift, as if he had lost a part of himself that he would never get back. The missing shadow was a constant reminder of the darkness he had faced, the price he had paid for breaking the curse. By the time the sun set, Gabriel was far from Ravenshade, the town and its horrors a distant memory. But as he looked in the rearview mirror, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. For the first time since the cave, his shadow had returned, faint and flickering, but undeniably there. He pulled over to the side of the road, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. The shadow shifted, its edges blurring as it twisted into a shape that was almost human. Gabriel's heart pounded as he realized what it was. "Eliza," he whispered, his voice barely audible. The shadow didn't respond, but its presence was enough. Gabriel sat there for a long time, watching as the last light of the day faded into dusk. The road ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time in a long time, he felt a glimmer of hope. The curse was broken, but its echoes remained, a reminder that even in the darkest places, there was still light to be found. The Fractured Reflection. Chapter 1. Shattered beginnings. The rain fell in relentless sheets, turning the cobblestone streets of Blackbridge into a slick, shimmering maze. Detective Clara Hayes pulled her trench coat tighter around her as she stepped out of her car, the rhythmic pounding of the rain on the asphalt almost drowning out the static chatter of the police radios. The crime scene was a modest apartment building on the edge of the city, its dull red bricks soaked through with the storm. Yellow tape flapped in the wind, a bright contrast to the gray gloom that enveloped the street. Clara adjusted her badge and took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. The entrance to the building was swarming with officers and forensic technicians, their faces grim under the harsh glow of the flickering streetlight. A young uniformed officer approached Clara, his eyes wide with unease. "Detective Hayes," he said, his voice trembling slightly, It's like nothing I've ever seen." Clara nodded curtly, her mind already racing. She'd worked in Blackbridge for over a decade, and while the city had its share of darkness, something about this case felt different. She followed the officer inside, her boots squelching on the damp carpet of the narrow hallway. The apartment was on the third floor, and as Clara climbed the creaking staircase, the faint scent of blood and something metallic filled her nostrils. The door to the apartment was ajar, and the sound of muffled voices drifted out into the hallway. Clara paused for a moment, catching fragments of conversation, words like eyes and mirrors and "what the hell is this?" before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The scene that greeted her was a nightmare made real. The walls were lined with mirrors, their surfaces shattered into jagged shards that reflected the room's dim light in a chaotic kaleidoscope. The floor was littered with broken glass, crunching underfoot as Clara moved further into the apartment. In the center of the room, sprawled on the floor, was the victim, a young woman, her face frozen in a mask of terror. Her eyes were gone, the sockets dark and empty, and shards of glass were embedded in her flesh, glinting like grotesque jewels. Clara crouched beside the body, her heartbeat thudding in her ears. She'd seen her share of gruesome crime scenes, but this was different. There was a method to the madness, a twisted artistry in the violence. She reached for her notebook, her hands trembling slightly as she began jotting down observations. The victim's identity would need to be confirmed, but Clara's gut told her this was the work of a killer who wasn't finished yet. She glanced at the broken mirrors, their jagged edges catching the light like accusations. "Detective," came a voice from behind her. Clara turned to see Marcus Cole, her partner, standing in the doorway. His face was pale, his usual calm demeanor shaken. "This is insane," he said, his voice low. Clara nodded, her eyes scanning the room once more. "It's not just insane," she replied, her voice steady despite the knot of unease in her stomach. "It's personal. Whatever this is, it's deeply personal." The forensic team moved through the room like shadows, their camera flashes casting stark, fleeting light on the chaos. Clara stepped aside, her mind racing as she tried to piece together what little she knew. The killer had chosen mirrors as their weapon, their canvas, their message. But what was the message? Clara's gaze fell on one of the larger mirrors, its surface cracked but still intact enough to show her reflection. For a moment, she thought she saw something, a flicker of movement, a face that wasn't hers, but when she blinked, it was gone. Marcus joined her, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. "Any leads?" he asked, his tone skeptical. Clara shook her head. "Not yet. But there's something about this place. Something familiar." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "Familiar? How?" Clara hesitated, her thoughts drifting back to her childhood, a house filled with mirrors, her mother's endless critiques, the feeling of never being good enough. "I don't know," she said finally. "Just a hunch." As the team continued their work, Clara moved through the apartment, her eyes scanning every detail. The living room was sparse, the furniture cheap and worn, but the walls were covered in framed photographs. Most of them were of the victim alone, her smile bright and carefree. Clara paused in front of one photo, her heart skipping a beat. It was a selfie taken in this very room, the mirrors behind the victim intact, her reflection smiling back at her. Clara's hand instinctively went to her badge, her fingers tightening around the cool metal. A soft noise behind her made Clara turn, her pulse quickening. She half expected to see someone or something standing there, but the room was empty. The noise came again, a faint, almost musical tinkling, and Clara realized it was the sound of glass shifting in the breeze from an open window. She moved closer, her stomach churning as she saw the window ledge. It was covered in shards of glass, as if the killer had deliberately left them there as a message. Or a warning. "Clara," Marcus called from across the room, his voice urgent. She turned to see him holding a small, bloodied object in his gloved hand, a shard of mirror, its edges sharp and deadly. "There's something written on it," he said, his brow furrowed. Clara moved closer, her breath catching in her throat as she read the words scrawled in what could only be the victim's blood. "The ugliest truths are the ones we see in ourselves." Clara stared at the shard, her mind racing. The killer's message was clear. This wasn't just about murder. It was about something deeper, something darker. And as Clara looked at her own reflection in the broken glass, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was no longer just the hunter. She was part of the game. "We need to find out everything we can about the victim," she said, her voice firm despite the unease gnawing at her. "Because this isn't over. Not even close." Chapter 2. The reflections cursed the morning light did little to lift the oppressive weight that seemed to hang over Blackbridge. Clara sat at her desk in the precinct, surrounded by files, photographs, and the lingering scent of coffee that had gone cold hours ago. The first victim, identified as 24-year-old Lydia Monroe, had been a promising artist. Her apartment, filled with mirrors and photographs, was a shrine to her self-expression. Yet, Clara couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Lydia's story, something hidden beneath the surface, much like the killer's motive. Marcus entered the room, his tie loosened and his face haggard. He carried a fresh stack of papers, the coroner's report on top. "Lydia's body showed no signs of struggle," he said, dropping the papers onto Clara's desk. "She was subdued quickly, likely before she even knew what was happening." Clara frowned, her fingers tracing the edges of a photograph of Lydia's lifeless form. "No struggle," she murmured. "That means the killer knew her, trusted her." The team had spent the night combing through Lydia's life, piecing together fragments of her world. She had few friends, no romantic partners, and a strained relationship with her family. Her art, however, was a different story. Clara held up a sketch from one of Lydia's notebooks, a haunting image of a woman staring into a mirror, her reflection distorted into something monstrous. The caption beneath it read, "The face we hide is the one that sees." There was an eerie resonance to the words, a thread that connected Lydia's art to the killer's message. Clara's phone buzzed, pulling her out of her thoughts. It was a text from Marcus. "Second body found. Say memo." Her stomach churned as she grabbed her coat and rushed out of the precinct, the rain still falling in sheets. The new scene was in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, its walls covered in graffiti and its windows shattered. The air inside was thick with decay, the kind that clung to old, forgotten places. Clara stepped inside, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The second victim was a man in his late 30s, his body propped up against a wall like a grotesque mannequin. His reflection had been destroyed with acid, the skin on his face and hands burned away in a grotesque mask. Beside him was a shattered mirror, its fragments scattered across the floor like snow. Clara knelt beside the body, her mind racing. The killer's methods were evolving, becoming more brutal, more personal. This was no longer just about destruction, it was about erasure. Marcus joined her, his face pale. "The victim's name is Daniel Harper," he said, his voice low. "He was a schoolteacher. No connections to Lydia Monroe as far as we can tell." Clara shook her head, her eyes fixed on the shattered mirror. "There's a connection," she said. "We just can't see it yet." She reached for a piece of the broken glass, her gloved fingers tracing its jagged edge. The killer's obsession with reflections was becoming clearer, but the deeper meaning still eluded her. As the forensic team worked around her, Clara moved through the warehouse, her flashlight illuminating the graffiti-covered walls. Among the chaotic spray-painted images, one stood out, a crude depiction of a mirror with a face screaming inside it. Beneath it was scrawled, "Reflections never lie." The words sent a chill down her spine, a reminder that the killer was always one step ahead, always watching. She took out her phone and snapped a photo, her mind racing with possibilities. Back at the precinct, Clara spread out the evidence from both crime scenes, photographs, sketches, notes, and the shard of mirror with its chilling message. She stared at the chaos, searching for patterns, for connections. Marcus sat across from her, his arms crossed. "This killer's not just killing people," he said. "They're making a statement. But what the hell are they trying to say?" Clara didn't answer immediately, her gaze fixed on a photograph of Lydia's apartment. "They're targeting reflections," she said finally. "Destroying them, erasing them. It's like they're trying to unmask something." The idea lingered in her mind, growing heavier with each passing hour. The killer's philosophy was warped, their actions horrifying, but there was a twisted logic to it. Clara found herself drawn to the broken shard of mirror from Lydia's apartment, its message still echoing in her mind. She picked it up, turning it over in her hands, and for a moment she thought she saw something in its surface, a flicker of movement, a face that wasn't hers. She dropped the shard, her breath catching in her throat. "Clara?" Marcus asked, his voice sharp with concern. She shook her head, forcing a smile. "I'm fine," she said, though the words felt hollow. By the end of the day, Clara was exhausted, her thoughts a tangled mess of theories and unanswered questions. She drove home through the rain, the city's lights blurred and distorted through her windshield. Her apartment was quiet, the familiar creak of the floorboards a small comfort. She poured herself a glass of wine and sat down in front of her mirror, staring at her reflection. For the first time in years, she felt a pang of unease looking at herself, as if the face staring back at her wasn't entirely her own. The wine did little to calm her nerves, and as the hours dragged on, Clara found herself unable to sleep. She sat at her desk, flipping through Lydia's sketchbook, the images of distorted faces and shattered mirrors haunting her thoughts. The killer's message was becoming clearer, but it was also becoming more personal. Clara couldn't shake the feeling that she was being drawn into the killer's world, her own reflections betraying her. She closed the sketchbook and leaned back in her chair, her eyes drifting to the mirror across the room. For a moment, she thought she saw movement again, a shadowy figure, watching her. But when she looked closer, there was nothing there. Just her own tired face, staring back at her. Chapter 3. The second reflection. The rain had finally stopped, leaving the streets of Blackbridge slick and glistening under the pale morning light. Clara stood in front of the high school she had attended years ago, the building's weathered brick walls and cracked windows a stark reminder of her past. The second victim, Daniel Harper, had been a teacher here, and Clara couldn't ignore the coincidence. She stepped inside, the scent of chalk and old wood filling her nostrils, and made her way to the principal's office. The halls were eerily quiet, the echoes of her footsteps bouncing off the walls like whispers. Principal Alvera was waiting for her, her face drawn with worry. She gestured for Clara to sit, her hands fidgeting with a stack of papers on her desk. "Detective Hayes, I can't believe this is happening," she said, her voice trembling. "Daniel was such a dedicated teacher. He didn't deserve this." Clara nodded, her notebook open in her lap. "I know this is difficult, but I need to ask you some questions about Daniel's life here. Were there any students or colleagues he had conflicts with? Anything unusual in his behavior recently?" Alvera shook her head, her expression pained. "Daniel was loved by everyone. If anyone had a problem with him, it wasn't something he ever brought to my attention." Clara left the office with more questions than answers, her footsteps echoing as she walked through the empty halls. She paused in front of a classroom, its door slightly ajar, and peered inside. The walls were covered in student artwork, the vibrant colors and bold strokes a testament to their creativity. One piece caught her eye, a painting of a shattered mirror, its shards reflecting distorted faces. The resemblance to Lydia's sketch was uncanny, and Clara felt a chill run down her spine. She stepped inside, her eyes scanning the room for any clues, any connections that might make sense of the chaos. As she moved through the classroom, her gaze fell on a stack of papers on the teacher's desk. They were essays, their titles scrawled in neat handwriting across the top. One in particular stood out, "The Mask We Wear, Reflections on Identity." Clara picked it up, her fingers tracing the words. The essay was written by a student named Emily Carter, and it explored the idea that our reflections are never truly accurate, that they hide the parts of ourselves we're afraid to show. Clara's heart raced as she read the final line. Sometimes, the only way to see the truth is to break the mirror. The bell rang, startling Clara out of her thoughts. Students began filing into the hallway, their chatter filling the air. She hesitated for a moment, then approached a group of students near the door. "Excuse me," she said, holding up Daniel's photo. "Did any of you know Mr. Harper?" The students exchanged uneasy glances before one of them, a tall boy with piercing blue eyes, nodded. "Yeah, he was my history teacher. He was cool, always telling us to think for ourselves." Clara's grip tightened on the photo. "Did he ever talk about art? Or mirrors?" The boy frowned, thinking for a moment. "Not really. But he did give us this weird assignment once. We had to stare into a mirror for 10 minutes and write about what we saw. It messed with my head for days." Clara thanked the students and left the classroom, her mind racing with possibilities. The connection between Daniel and the first victim, Lydia Monroe, was becoming clearer. Both had been drawn to the idea of reflections, of identity, of the masks people wear. But what did it mean? And why were they both targets? She stepped outside, the crisp morning air doing little to clear her thoughts. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, and she pulled it out to see a text from Marcus. "Got a lead. Meet me at the diner." The diner was a small, greasy spoon on the edge of town, its neon sign flickering in the pale light. Clara found Marcus sitting in a corner booth, a cup of coffee in front of him and a file spread across the table. He looked up as she approached, his expression grim. "I found something," he said, sliding a photograph across the table. It was an old class photo from Blackbridge High, its edges faded with age. Clara's heart skipped a beat as she recognized herself in the front row, her face serious and unsmiling. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Marcus tapped the photo with his finger. "Both victims, Lydia Monroe and Daniel Harper, were in your graduating class," he said. "I don't think that's a coincidence." Clara stared at the photo, her mind reeling. It had been over a decade since she'd last set foot in that school, and she'd tried to bury those memories deep. But now, they were coming back in a flood: the bullying, the isolation, the feeling of never belonging. She looked at the faces in the photo, searching for something, anything, that might connect them to the killer. "Do you remember them?" Marcus asked gently. Clara shook her head. "Not really. But if they were in my class, there has to be a connection." The idea that the killer might be someone from her past was both horrifying and strangely comforting. For the first time, Clara felt like she was closing in on answers, like the pieces of the puzzle were finally starting to fit. But there was still so much she didn't know, so much that didn't make sense. She flipped through the file Marcus had brought, her eyes scanning the pages. There were yearbook photos, class lists, and notes from interviews with old classmates. One name in particular caught her eye: Emily Carter, the student who had written the essay about reflections. Clara's stomach churned as she realized that Emily had also been in her graduating class. As the day wore on, Clara found herself drawn back to the high school, her footsteps echoing in the empty halls. She walked past the classroom where Daniel had taught, the painting of the shattered mirror still haunting her thoughts. She paused in front of her old locker, the metal door rusted and covered in graffiti. It had been years since she'd last opened it, but she could still remember the feeling of dread she'd felt every time she approached it, the fear of what she might find inside. She reached for the lock, her fingers trembling, and turned the dial. The door creaked open, revealing a single piece of paper tucked inside. Clara pulled it out, her heart pounding in her chest. It was a faded photograph of her graduating class, her face circled in red ink. Written beneath it in jagged handwriting were the words, "The truth is in the reflections." Chapter 4. The Killer's Diary. The precinct was quiet, the hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional clatter of keyboards the only sounds breaking the silence. Clara sat at her desk, the small, bloodied shard of mirror from Lydia's apartment in front of her. She couldn't stop staring at it, the words etched into the glass seeming to burn into her mind. "The ugliest truths are the ones we see in ourselves." She turned it over in her hands, her fingers tracing the jagged edges, and wondered if the killer had left it as a message or a warning. Marcus burst into the room, his face flushed with excitement. "We found something," he said, holding up a tattered notebook, "at Daniel's apartment. It's the killer's diary." Clara's heart leapt as she took the notebook, its pages yellowed with age and filled with cramped, frantic handwriting. The first entry was dated over a decade ago, around the time Clara had graduated from Blackbridge High. She skimmed the words, her pulse quickening with each line. The killer's thoughts were disjointed, obsessive, filled with ramblings about mirrors and reflections and the lies they told. "Mirrors are the enemy," one entry read. "They show us what we want to see, not what we are. They deceive us, trick us, trap us. To break a mirror is to free yourself from its lies." Clara flipped through the pages, her stomach churning with unease. The killer's obsession with reflections was deeply personal, almost religious in its intensity. They saw themselves as a savior, a destroyer of illusions, and their victims as sacrifices in a twisted crusade. Clara's hands trembled as she reached a section filled with sketches, distorted faces, broken mirrors, and symbols that seemed to defy explanation. Marcus sat down across from her, his expression grim. "This is some next-level crazy," he said, gesturing to the diary. "But at least it gives us something to work with. We know what's driving them, even if we don't know who they are yet." Clara nodded, though her mind was elsewhere. The diary felt unervingly familiar, as if she'd glimpsed its contents before in a dream. She closed her eyes, trying to push away the feeling of déjà vu, but it lingered like a shadow at the edge of her thoughts. The next few hours were a blur as Clara pored over the diary, her coffee going cold as she worked. The killer's words were a labyrinth of paranoia and philosophy, their logic twisted but disturbingly coherent. They wrote about the masks people wore, the ugliness they hid behind their reflections. Each victim, it seemed, was chosen because they embodied something the killer despised: vanity, superficiality, deceit. Clara's stomach twisted as she realized that the killer saw their murders as acts of purification, a way to cleanse the world of its lies. Near the end of the diary, Clara found a passage that made her blood run cold. "She was the first," the killer wrote, "the one who showed me the truth. She hid behind her reflection, but I saw her for what she was. She deserved what she got." Clara's hands trembled as she read the words, her mind racing. Who was she? The first victim or someone else? She flipped through the diary, searching for more clues, but the entries became increasingly erratic, the handwriting almost unreadable. Marcus leaned over her shoulder, his breath warm against her ear. "What is it?" he asked, his voice low. Clara shook her head, her heart pounding. "I don't know," she said, "but I think the killer's been doing this for a long time. Maybe longer than we thought." She turned back to the diary, her eyes scanning the pages for anything that might confirm her suspicion. There was something here, something important, but it was just out of reach. The sound of her phone buzzing jolted Clara out of her thoughts. It was a text from the forensic team, found prints on the shard, running them through the database. Clara set the diary down and leaned back in her chair, exhaustion creeping over her. She'd been working for hours, and the weight of the case was starting to take its toll. She rubbed her temples, trying to ease the headache that had been building all day, but nothing seemed to help. Marcus stood up, stretching his arms above his head. "You should go home," he said, his tone firm but kind. "You're no good to anyone if you're dead on your feet." Clara wanted to argue, but she knew he was right. She gathered her things and left the precinct, the cool night air a welcome relief. The streets were quiet, the city's usual hustle and grind muted by the late hour. Clara walked to her car, her footsteps echoing in the stillness. By the time she got home, she was so tired she could barely keep her eyes open. She dropped her keys on the kitchen counter and poured herself a glass of water, her hands trembling slightly. The apartment was dark, the only light coming from the street lamps outside. Clara walked into the bathroom and turned on the light, her reflection staring back at her from the mirror. For a moment, she thought she saw something, a flicker of movement, a face that wasn't hers, but when she looked closer, there was nothing there. Just her own tired face, staring back at her. Clara splashed cold water on her face, trying to shake the unease that had settled over her. She left the bathroom and walked into the living room, the diary still clutched in her hand. She sat down on the couch and opened it to the last page, her eyes scanning the words one last time. "The truth is in the reflections," the killer had written. "But only the brave will see it." Clara closed the diary and set it aside, her mind racing with questions. She didn't know who the killer was, but she was certain of one thing: they were closer than she'd thought. Maybe closer than she was ready to admit. As the night wore on, Clara found herself unable to sleep. She sat at her desk, flipping through the diary, the killer's words echoing in her mind. The idea that the killer was someone from her past, someone who knew her, who had been watching her, was almost too much to bear. She closed her eyes, trying to push away the fear, but it clung to her like a shadow. When she finally drifted off, her dreams were filled with broken mirrors and distorted faces, and the sound of whispers she couldn't quite make out. Chapter 5. The mirrors whisper the sun was barely rising over Blackbridge, its pale light casting long shadows across the city's empty streets. Clara sat in her car outside Emily Carter's apartment building, her fingers drumming nervously on the steering wheel. The lead from the diary had brought her here, to a modest complex on the outskirts of town. Emily, now a reclusive artist, had been in Clara's graduating class, and her connection to both Lydia Monroe and Daniel Harper was impossible to ignore. Clara took a deep breath, steeling herself for the conversation ahead, and stepped out into the cool morning air. The apartment building was old, its brick facade crumbling in places and its windows dull with grime. Clara made her way to Emily's unit on the third floor, her footsteps echoing in the narrow stairwell. She knocked on the door, the sound sharp and insistent, and waited. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman with hollow eyes and unkempt hair. Emily looked older than her years, her face gaunt and her movements slow, as if weighed down by an invisible burden. "Yes?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Clara held up her badge, her expression calm but firm. "Emily Carter? I'm Detective Clara Hayes. I need to ask you a few questions." Emily hesitated, her eyes darting to the hallway behind Clara, before nodding and stepping aside to let her in. The apartment was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of paint and turpentine. The walls were covered in canvases, each one more unsettling than the last. Broken mirrors, twisted faces, and distorted figures stared back at Clara, their eyes seeming to follow her as she moved through the room. It was as if Emily had poured her nightmares onto the canvas. Clara turned to Emily, who stood in the corner with her arms wrapped tightly around herself. "You've been in the news," Clara began, her tone careful. "Your art, it's striking. But I need to know if it's connected to something more." Emily's eyes widened, her hands trembling as she reached for a paintbrush on the table. "I don't know what you mean," she said, her voice shaking. Clara pulled out her notebook and flipped to a photo of Lydia Monroe. Lydia was an artist too. She was murdered last week. "Did you know her?" Emily's face paled, and she turned away, her shoulders hunched as if trying to make herself smaller. Clara pressed on, her voice gentle but persistent. "And Daniel Harper, he was your teacher, wasn't he?" Emily nodded, her movements jerky and uncertain. "I didn't know him well," she said, her voice barely audible. "But he was kind." Clara's gaze lingered on Emily's face, searching for signs of deception, but all she saw was fear. She turned back to the paintings, her eyes drawn to one in particular, a large canvas depicting a shattered mirror, its shards reflecting distorted versions of the same face. The face was familiar, and it took Clara a moment to realize why. It was her own. Clara stepped closer to the painting, her heart pounding in her chest. "Why did you paint this?" she asked, her voice tight. Emily looked away, her hands twisting nervously. "I don't know," she said. "It's just what I see, what I feel." Clara's mind raced as she stared at the painting, the pieces of the puzzle shifting into place. The killer's obsession with reflections, the cryptic messages, the connection to her past, it all led back to Emily. But was she the killer, or was she just another pawn in the game? Before Clara could ask more, the sound of glass shattering broke the silence. Emily froze, her eyes wide with panic, and Clara spun around, her hand instinctively going to her badge. The sound had come from the bathroom, sharp and sudden, like a mirror being smashed. Clara moved toward the door, her pulse quickening, and pushed it open. Inside, the mirror above the sink was shattered, its shards scattered across the floor. A single shard rested on the edge of the sink, its jagged edges catching the light. Written on it in red ink were the words, "The mirror knows your truth." Clara's breath caught in her throat as she picked up the shard, her hands trembling. She turned back to Emily, who stood in the doorway, her face pale and her eyes filled with terror. "Did you do this?" Clara demanded, her voice sharp. Emily shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her face. "No, I swear." "I wouldn't," her voice broke, and she slumped against the doorframe, her body shaking with sobs. Clara hesitated, her instincts warring with her suspicion. Emily seemed genuinely terrified, but the evidence, the painting, the shattered mirror, was impossible to ignore. The sound of footsteps in the hallway made Clara turn, her hand instinctively moving to her badge. Marcus appeared in the doorway, his face flushed from running. "Clara, we need to go," he said, his voice urgent. "Another body's been found, same M.O. It's Sarah Hargrove." Clara's heart sank as she recognized the name, another classmate from Blackbridge High. The killer was moving faster, their targets becoming more personal. She turned back to Emily, who was still crying in the corner, and made a quick decision. "Stay here," she said firmly. "Don't let anyone in. We'll be back." As they left the apartment, Clara's mind raced with questions. The shattered mirror, the painting, the cryptic messages, it was all connected, but she still couldn't see the bigger picture. She glanced at Marcus as they hurried down the stairs. "What do we know about Sarah?" she asked, her voice tense. Marcus shook his head, his expression grim. "Not much yet. The body was found in her apartment, broken mirrors everywhere, just like the others. But there's something different this time." When they arrived at Sarah's apartment, the scene was all too familiar. The walls were lined with shattered mirrors, their jagged edges reflecting the forensic team's flashlights in a chaotic dance. The victim, Sarah Hargrove, lay in the center of the room, her face frozen in a mask of terror. But what made Clara's blood run cold was the message scrawled in blood on the wall behind her. "The mirror knows your truth." Detective Hayes. Chapter 6. The mask slips. The precinct buzzed with activity, the air thick with tension as officers and forensic technicians moved between desks, their voices hushed but urgent. Clara sat in the middle of the chaos, her gaze fixed on the message from Sarah Hargrove's apartment. "The mirror knows your truth. Detective Hayes." The words were scrawled in blood, their jagged edges stark against the white wall. She felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach, the realization that the killer was targeting her, or at least taunting her, settling like a weight she couldn't shake. Marcus dropped a file on her desk, his expression grim. "Sarah's background checks out," he said, leaning against the edge of her desk. "She worked as a counselor at Blackbridge High. Seems like she was trying to help kids who were bullied or struggling. Ironic, considering our killer's pattern." Clara nodded absently, her mind racing. Sarah had been kind, compassionate, someone who tried to help others. Why would the killer target her? And what did she have in common with the other victims, aside from their connection to the high school? Clara flipped through the file, her eyes scanning the notes from the forensic team. Sarah's apartment had been filled with mirrors, all of them shattered, their shards scattered across the floor. The killer had staged the scene meticulously, the broken fragments arranged in a deliberate pattern. Clara's stomach churned as she thought about the message on the wall, the way it seemed to mock her. She looked up at Marcus, her voice steady despite the unease gnawing at her. "We need to pull the class list from Blackbridge High. Every name, every connection. There's something we're missing." Marcus nodded, his expression serious. "Already on it." "But Clara," he hesitated, his eyes searching hers. "The killer's escalating. They're not just targeting our victims, they're targeting you. We need to be careful." Clara stood up, her hands clenched at her sides. "I'm aware of that," she said, her tone sharper than she intended. "But if the killer's trying to mess with me, they're going to regret it. I'm not backing down." The rest of the day passed in a blur of phone calls, interviews, and paperwork. Clara felt like she was chasing shadows, the killer always one step ahead. She found herself drawn back to Emily Carter's painting, the one of her own face, reflected in a shattered mirror. It was haunting, almost prophetic, and Clara couldn't shake the feeling that Emily knew more than she was letting on. She made a mental note to revisit Emily, but for now, there were other leads to follow. Late that evening, Clara returned to her apartment, the weight of the case heavy on her shoulders. She stepped inside, the familiar creak of the floorboards a small comfort, but the moment she flicked on the lights, her breath caught in her throat. The mirror in her living room was shattered, its shards scattered across the floor. A single piece rested on the coffee table, its jagged edges catching the light. Written on it in red ink were the words, "Truth hurts, doesn't it?" Clara's heart pounded as she stepped closer, her hand instinctively reaching for her badge. The apartment was silent, but the air felt charged, as if the killer had been there moments ago, waiting in the shadows. She scanned the room, her eyes darting to every corner, but there was no sign of an intruder. She picked up the shard, her fingers trembling, and stared at the message. It was a direct threat, a reminder that the killer was watching her, always watching. She called Marcus, her voice tight with fear and anger. "They were here," she said, her words quick and clipped. "In my apartment. They left a message." Marcus swore under his breath, his voice sharp. "Stay where you are. I'm on my way." Clara hung up and sank onto the couch, her hands still shaking. She felt exposed, vulnerable, as if the killer could see her every move. She looked at the shattered mirror, its broken surface reflecting her distorted image, and wondered how much longer she could keep fighting. When Marcus arrived, he moved through the apartment with the precision of a seasoned detective, his eyes scanning every detail. He examined the shattered mirror, the shard with the message, and the quiet, almost eerie stillness of the room. "They're getting bolder," he said, his tone grim. "This isn't just about the victims anymore, it's about you. We need to figure out why." Clara nodded, her mind racing. The killer's obsession with reflections, the way they seemed to know her past, her fears, it was all connected. But she still couldn't see the bigger picture. Marcus sat down beside her, his expression softening. "You're not in this alone, Clara," he said, his voice steady. "We'll figure this out. Together." Clara looked at him, gratitude and determination mixing in her chest. "I know," she said quietly, "but we're running out of time. The killer's not going to stop until they get what they want, whatever that is." The rest of the night was spent reviewing files, examining evidence, and trying to make sense of the killer's twisted logic. Clara felt like she was standing on the edge of a precipice, the answers just within reach but always slipping away. As the hours dragged on, she found herself drawn back to the shard with the message, the words, "Truth hurts, doesn't it?" echoing in her mind. She didn't know what the killer wanted, but she was certain of one thing. She wasn't going to let them win. By the time the sun rose, Clara was exhausted, her eyes heavy and her mind foggy. She sat at her desk, the files spread out in front of her, and stared at the shard of mirror. The killer's mask was slipping, their motives becoming clearer with each new message, each new victim. Clara's hands clenched into fists, her resolve hardening. The killer thought they could play games with her, but they were wrong. She was going to break this case and them no matter what it took. Chapter 7. The reflection lies. The morning light filtered through the blinds of the precinct, casting long stripes of gold across Clara's desk. She sat hunched over the files, her eyes weary but focused. The killer's message from her apartment had shaken her, but it had also fueled her determination. She wasn't just chasing a killer anymore, she was fighting for her own survival. The connection between the victims was becoming clearer, but the killer's endgame remained shrouded in mystery. Clara knew she was missing something, a crucial piece of the puzzle that would make everything fall into place. Marcus walked in, a cup of coffee in each hand. He set one down in front of Clara, his expression a mix of concern and determination. "You look like you've been up all night," he said, pulling up a chair. Clara took the coffee with a grateful nod, the warmth of the cup grounding her. "I was," she admitted. "I can't stop thinking about the message. The killer's not just after me, they're trying to get inside my head. And it's working." Marcus frowned, his eyes narrowing. "Then we need to figure out what they're after. Because if they're targeting you, it's personal." Clara opened the file on Sarah Hargrove, her eyes lingering on the crime scene photos. The shattered mirrors, the blood on the walls, it was all part of a pattern that led back to her. "What if it's not about the victims?" she said suddenly, her voice low. Marcus raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Clara leaned forward, her gaze intense. "What if the victims are just pawns? What if the killer's real goal is me?" Marcus's expression darkened. Then we need to figure out why. Because if they're obsessed with you, it's not random. There's a reason. Clara stood up, pacing the room as she tried to piece together the fragments of the case. The killer's obsession with reflections, the shattered mirrors, the cryptic messages, it all pointed to something deeper, something tied to her past. "I need to go back to Blackbridge High," she said, her voice firm. "There's something there, something we missed." Marcus nodded, though his expression was wary. "I'll come with you," he said. "But Clara, if this is as personal as it seems, you need to be careful. The killer's watching you." The high school looked even more desolate in the daylight, its crumbling facade a stark contrast to the vibrant energy it had once held. Clara and Marcus walked through the empty halls, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Clara's mind was a whirlwind of memories, her time as a student, the bullying, the isolation. She'd tried to leave it all behind, but now it was coming back in a flood, the echoes of her past intertwining with the case in ways she couldn't ignore. "Where do we start?" Marcus asked, his voice breaking through her thoughts. Clara led him to the classroom where Daniel Harper had taught, the same room where she'd found Emily Carter's painting. The air felt heavier here, the walls closing in as they stepped inside. The painting was still there, the shattered mirror reflecting her own face, but something about it felt different. Clara moved closer, her eyes scanning the canvas for any details she might have missed. The distorted faces in the shards seemed to move, their expressions shifting as she stared. "This painting," she said slowly, "it's not just art. It's a message." Marcus frowned, his gaze fixed on the painting. "What kind of message?" Clara hesitated, her mind racing. The killer's obsessed with reflections, with the idea that mirrors lie. What if this is a clue? A way to see the truth? She stepped back, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the painting from a different angle. The faces in the shards were familiar, but there was something about them, a pattern, a connection. Her breath caught as she realized what it was. "These faces," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They're all from our class. From the yearbook photo." Marcus's expression darkened as he pulled out his phone, pulling up the photo from the file. He held it next to the painting, his eyes scanning the faces. "You're right," he said, his voice tense. "This isn't just about you, it's about them. All of them." Clara's heart pounded as the realization hit her. The victims weren't random, they were part of a larger plan, a plan that went all the way back to her graduating class. The killer wasn't just targeting her, they were targeting everyone who had been part of her past. The sound of footsteps in the hallway made them both turn, their instincts on high alert. Clara reached for her badge, her eyes scanning the doorway, but there was no one there. The hallway was empty, the silence almost oppressive. "We need to get out of here," Marcus said, his voice low. Clara nodded, but as she turned to leave, her gaze fell on the painting one last time. The shattered mirror seemed to taunt her, its distorted faces a reminder of the lies she'd told herself for years. The truth was there, hidden in the reflections, but she wasn't sure if she was ready to face it. As they left the school, Clara's mind was in turmoil. The killer's endgame was becoming clearer, but it was also more horrifying than she'd imagined. They weren't just after her, they were after everyone who had been part of her past, everyone who had hurt her or been hurt by her. It was a reckoning, a twisted attempt to force her to confront the truths she'd buried. Clara felt a surge of anger and fear, but also resolve. She wasn't going to let the killer win. Not now, not ever. Back at the precinct, Clara and Marcus pored over the yearbook photo, their eyes scanning every face. There were 23 people in the photo, and so far, 3 of them were dead. That left 20, including herself. "We need to warn them," Clara said, her voice firm. "If the killer's targeting our class, we can't let them get to anyone else." Marcus nodded, but his expression was grim. "We'll need to act fast. The killer's not going to wait." Clara's phone buzzed, and she glanced at the screen. It was a text from an unknown number. Her heart sank as she opened it, her stomach twisting at the words, "The reflection lies. But the truth will set you free." Attached was a photo, a mirror, shattered into 100 pieces, each shard reflecting a different face. Clara recognized them immediately. They were her classmates, their faces distorted but unmistakable. The message was clear. The killer wasn't done. Not yet. Clara stared at the photo, her mind racing. The case had taken a dark turn, the killer's motives more personal and sinister than she'd imagined. But she wasn't going to back down. She was going to face the truth, no matter how painful it was. And when she found the killer, she was going to make them pay. Chapter 8. The faces in the glass. The precinct was a hive of activity, the air thick with tension as officers moved between desks, their voices sharp and urgent. Clara stood at the front of the room, a whiteboard behind her covered with photos, names, and lines of connection. The yearbook photo was at the center, its faded faces staring out like ghosts from the past. Clara's eyes flicked between the faces, her mind racing as she tried to piece together the killer's next move. Every second counted, and she couldn't afford to make a mistake. Marcus stood at her side, his arms crossed and his expression grim. "We've got 20 potential targets," he said, his voice steady. "We need to get to them before the killer does." Clara nodded, her gaze fixed on the board. The faces stared back at her, their expressions frozen in time. Some of them she recognized immediately, old friends, classmates, people she hadn't thought about in years. Others were harder to place, their names and faces blurred by the passage of time. But one thing was clear. The killer had a plan, and they were following it with chilling precision. Clara stepped closer to the board, her fingers tracing the lines that connected the victims. "Lydia Monroe, Daniel Harper, Sarah Hargrove," she said, her voice low. "They're all part of it. All part of this twisted game." Marcus frowned, his eyes scanning the board. "But why them? What's the connection?" Clara hesitated, her mind racing. The connection was her past, her memories, her secrets. But there was more to it than that. The killer wasn't just targeting her classmates, they were targeting her. This was personal, and it was only going to get worse. The sound of a phone buzzing broke the silence, and Clara reached for hers, her heart sinking as she saw the message. It was another photo, this time of a mirror shattered into jagged pieces. The reflection in each shard was one of her classmates, their faces twisted in fear and pain. The message beneath it was short and chilling. "The truth is in the glass. Find it before I do." Clara's hands trembled as she showed the message to Marcus, her voice tight. "We're running out of time." Marcus swore under his breath, his expression dark. "We need to split up," he said, his tone urgent. "I'll take half the list, you take the other. We need to warn them before it's too late." Clara nodded, her mind already racing through the names. She grabbed the list, her eyes scanning the first few names. "I'll start with Ryan Carter," she said, her voice steady. "He was in my English class. I think he lives on the west side of town." The drive to Ryan's house was a blur, the city streets passing by in a haze of anxiety and determination. Clara's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, her mind replaying the killer's message over and over again. "The truth is in the glass. Find it before I do." What did it mean? What was the killer trying to tell her? She didn't know, but she was going to find out. She had to. When she arrived at Ryan's house, she found it quiet, the curtains drawn and the porch light off. Clara knocked on the door, her badge in hand, and waited. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a man with tired eyes and a wary expression. "Ryan Carter?" Clara asked, her voice calm but firm. The man nodded, his gaze flicking to her badge. "Yes. What's this about?" Clara hesitated, her mind racing. How much should she tell him? How much could she? "My name's Detective Clara Hayes," she began, her tone steady. I need to talk to you about something important. It's about our high school." Ryan's eyes widened, and he stepped back, letting her in. The house was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of old books and dust. Clara followed him to the living room, her eyes scanning the room for anything out of place. "What's going on?" Ryan asked, his voice uneasy. "Why are you here?" Clara took a deep breath, her mind racing as she tried to find the right words. "Ryan, I need you to listen carefully," she said, her voice low. "Someone's targeting our graduating class. People have already died, and I think you could be in danger." Ryan's face paled, his hands trembling as he sank into a chair. "Why?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why would someone do this?" Clara hesitated, her stomach twisting with guilt. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I'm going to find out. Just be careful. Lock your doors. Don't trust anyone." As she left Ryan's house, Clara's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The killer was out there, moving faster than she was, and there was nothing she could do to stop them. She felt helpless, like she was chasing shadows, but she couldn't give up. Not now. Not when lives were at stake. Her phone buzzed again, and she glanced at the screen, her heart sinking as she saw the message. "TikTok, detective. Time's running out." Clara clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. The killer thought they could play games with her, but they were wrong. She was going to find the truth, no matter what it took. The next name on her list was Emily Carter. Clara's stomach churned as she thought about the painting, the shattered mirrors, the way Emily's eyes had been filled with fear. She had to talk to her, had to find out what she knew. Because if the killer was going after their entire graduating class, then she would be next. And Clara couldn't let that happen. Chapter 9. The shattered past the night was eerily quiet as Clara made her way to Emily Carter's apartment, the streets of Blackbridge empty and still. The weight of the case pressed down on her, every step feeling heavier than the last. Emily's connection to the victims and to Clara herself was too strong to ignore. The painting, the shattered mirrors, the fear in Emily's eyes, it all pointed to something deeper, something Clara was afraid to confront. But she didn't have a choice. The killer was closing in, and time was running out. When she arrived at the apartment building, the air felt colder, the shadows deeper. Clara knocked on Emily's door, her badge in hand, and waited. The silence stretched on, broken only by the faint hum of a distant streetlight. Finally, the door creaked open, revealing Emily's pale, gaunt face. Her eyes were wide, her hands trembling as she clutched a paintbrush. "Detective," she said, her voice barely audible. I was expecting you." Clara stepped inside, the apartment dimly lit and filled with the scent of paint and turpentine. The walls were covered in canvases, each one more unsettling than the last. Broken mirrors, twisted faces, and shattered reflections stared back at Clara, their eyes following her as she moved through the room. It was as if Emily had painted her nightmares, her fears spilling onto the canvas in a chaotic, twisted symphony. Clara turned to Emily, her expression calm but firm. "We need to talk," she said, her voice steady. "About the case. About us." Emily hesitated, her gaze darting to the hallway behind Clara, before nodding and sinking into a chair. Her hands twisted nervously in her lap, the paintbrush still clutched tightly between her fingers. "I don't know what you want me to say," she whispered, her voice shaking. "I've already told you everything I know." Clara sat down across from her, her eyes searching Emily's face for any sign of deception. "You haven't," she said, her tone gentle but insistent. "You know more than you're telling me, and I need you to be honest with me. Lives are at stake." Emily's eyes filled with tears, her hands trembling as she set the paintbrush down on the table. "I'm scared," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've been scared for years." Clara leaned forward, her expression softening. "Of what?" she asked, her voice gentle. Emily hesitated, her gaze flicking to the painting of the shattered mirror on the wall. "Of the past," she said, her voice shaky. "Of what happened back then. What we did." Clara's heart sank as she realized what Emily was trying to say. "The bullying," she said, her voice low. "The way we treated each other. That's what this is about, isn't it?" Emily nodded, tears streaming down her face. "It was so long ago," she said, her voice breaking. "But it's like it never really went away. It's still here, haunting us." Clara felt a surge of guilt and anger, but also resolve. She understood now. The killer wasn't just targeting her classmates, they were targeting the past, the pain, the secrets they'd all tried to bury. Clara stood up, her eyes scanning the room. The paintings seemed to take on a new meaning now, their broken reflections a metaphor for the shattered lives of their graduating class. She turned back to Emily, her expression serious. "We need to find out who's doing this," she said, her voice firm. "And we need to stop them." Emily hesitated, her hands twisting nervously. "What if we can't?" she asked, her voice small. "What if it's already too late?" Clara took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. "It's not," she said, her tone steady. "We're going to figure this out. Together." Emily nodded, though her eyes were still filled with fear. Clara reached into her pocket, pulling out the list of names. "Do you recognize any of these people?" she asked, holding it out to Emily. Emily's eyes scanned the list, her face paling as she read the names. "They're all from our class," she said, her voice shaking. "Why are they on here?" Clara hesitated, her stomach twisting with guilt. "They're potential targets," she admitted, her voice low. "The killer's going after our entire graduating class. I need to know if you've heard anything, seen anything that could help us stop them." Emily shook her head frantically, her hands trembling. "I don't know anything," she said, her voice desperate. "I swear I don't." Clara nodded, though her unease deepened. The killer was out there, and they were moving faster than she was. As she left Emily's apartment, Clara's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, but the picture they revealed was darker than she'd imagined. The killer wasn't just a murderer, they were a reckoning, a twisted force of justice targeting the sins of the past. Clara felt a surge of anger and guilt, but also determination. She wasn't going to let the killer win. Not now, not ever. The sound of her phone buzzing broke the silence, and Clara glanced at the screen, her heart sinking as she saw the message. "The past doesn't stay buried. Neither does the truth." Attached was a photo, a mirror, shattered into 100 pieces, each shard reflecting a different face. Clara recognized them immediately. They were her classmates, their faces frozen in fear. The message was clear. The killer wasn't done. Not yet. Clara clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. The killer thought they could play games with her, but they were wrong. She was going to face the truth, no matter how painful it was. And when she found the killer, she was going to make them pay. Chapter 10. The final reflection. The streets of Blackbridge were shrouded in an unnatural silence as Clara drove toward the abandoned mill on the outskirts of town. The killer's latest message had led her here. The words, "The truth is waiting at the mill," burning in her mind. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white with tension. She knew this was it, the final confrontation. The killer had made it personal, and now it was going to end. One way or another. Marcus was close behind, his face grim in the rear-view mirror. Clara could feel the weight of his concern, but she didn't have time to reassure him. She'd made the decision to go alone at first, but he'd refused to let her face the killer by herself. She was grateful for his support, but she also knew this was something she had to do. The killer had targeted her, tormented her, and now she was going to make them answer for it. The mill loomed ahead, its crumbling facade eerie in the moonlight. Clara parked a short distance away, her heart pounding as she stepped out of the car. The air was cold, the wind carrying the faint scent of rust and decay. She pulled her jacket tighter around her, her badge gleaming in the pale light. Marcus joined her, his expression serious. "We need to be careful," he said, his voice low. "This could be a trap." Clara nodded, her eyes scanning the building. "It is," she said quietly. "But I'm not backing down." As they approached the mill, the sound of footsteps echoed from inside, sharp and deliberate. Clara's hand went to her badge, her other hand hovering near her holster. She exchanged a glance with Marcus, their silent communication understood. They were walking into the unknown, but they were ready. The front door creaked open, revealing a dark, cavernous space filled with shadows and the faint glow of moonlight filtering through broken windows. Clara stepped inside, her footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness. The air was thick with dust, the faint scent of blood mingling with the stale smell of decay. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and she saw a figure standing in the center of the room, their back to her. Clara's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the silhouette. It was someone she knew, someone she'd trusted. The figure turned slowly, their face coming into view. Clara's heart sank as she realized who it was. "Tom," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Tom Riley, her former partner, stood before her, his expression cold and unreadable. His eyes, once full of warmth and camaraderie, were now empty, devoid of emotion. Clara felt a surge of betrayal and anger, but also a deep, aching sadness. "Why?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Why are you doing this?" Tom smiled, but it was a hollow, twisted thing. "You know why," he said, his voice calm but chilling. "It's about the truth. About justice." Clara shook her head, her chest tightening with emotion. "This isn't justice," she said, her voice firm. "This is vengeance. And it's not going to fix anything." Tom's smile faded, his expression hardening. "You don't get it," he said, his tone sharp. "You never did. The past doesn't just go away, Clara. It follows you. It haunts you. And sometimes, the only way to escape it is to destroy it." Clara took a step forward, her eyes locked on Tom's. "I get it," she said, her voice steady. "But this isn't the way. Hurting people, killing people isn't going to make the pain go away." Tom's eyes narrowed, his hands clenched into fists. "You don't understand," he said, his voice trembling with anger. "You weren't there. You didn't see what they did, what they took from me." Clara's heart ached as she realized the depth of Tom's pain. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice soft. "But this isn't the answer." Tom's expression wavered, his anger giving way to something darker, more desperate. "It's too late," he said, his voice hollow. "There's no going back." Clara took another step forward, her hand outstretched. "It's not too late," she said, her voice firm but gentle. "You can stop this. You can come with me." Tom hesitated, his eyes searching hers. For a moment, Clara thought she saw a flicker of the man he used to be, the one she'd trusted with her life. But then it was gone, replaced by cold, unyielding resolve. Without warning, Tom lunged at her, his movements swift and precise. Clara reacted instinctively, dodging his attack and drawing her badge. The room erupted into chaos, the sound of their struggles echoing off the walls. Marcus rushed in, his presence a reassurance, but Clara knew this was something she had to do. Tom was her friend, her partner, and she owed it to him to end this, to bring him back. The fight was brutal, both of them fueled by anger and desperation. Clara's skills as a detective, her training, her instincts kept her alive, but it wasn't enough to stop Tom. He was relentless, his movements driven by a pain she couldn't fully understand. But she didn't give up. She couldn't. Finally, with one last desperate move, Clara managed to subdue him, her breath ragged as she pinned him to the ground. "It's over," she said, her voice trembling. "It's over, Tom." Tom looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and sorrow. "It's never over," he said, his voice quiet but bitter. The past is always there, waiting. Clara's heart ached as she cuffed him, her hands steady despite the tears in her eyes. She didn't know if Tom's pain could ever be healed, but she knew this was the first step. The truth had been revealed, and now they could begin to heal. As they left the mill, the weight of the case lifted from Clara's shoulders. The killer had been stopped, but the scars they'd left behind would take time to heal. Clara knew she'd have to face her own past, to confront the truths she'd buried. But for now, she could breathe. The case was closed, and the shattered reflections of her life could begin to piece themselves back together. The Silent Echo. Chapter 1. The first silence. The town of Ashen Hollow lay shrouded in a thick, unyielding fog that clung to the streets like a burial shroud. It was the kind of fog that muffled footsteps and swallowed sounds whole, leaving only silence in its wake. The townsfolk moved about their day with their heads down, their voices hushed, as if speaking too loudly might awaken something best left undisturbed. Detective Marcus Kane drove into town just as the sun began to rise, its pale light struggling to pierce the gloom. He had been called in from the city to assist with a case, though the details were sparse, only that a body had been found, and it was unlike anything the local police had seen before. The abandoned theater stood at the edge of town, its once grand facade now cracked and crumbling. Marcus stepped out of his car, the crunch of gravel under his boots the only sound in the still morning air. He pulled his coat tighter around him, a futile attempt to ward off the chill that seemed to seep into his bones. The local sheriff, a gruff man named Tom Hargrove, met him at the entrance. Hargrove's face was pale, his hands trembling slightly as he gestured for Marcus to follow. It's not pretty," he muttered, his voice low and strained. Inside the theater, the air was heavy with the scent of mildew and decay. Broken chairs lay scattered across the floor, their upholstery torn and rotting. A single spotlight illuminated the stage, casting an eerie glow on the scene before them. Marcus's breath caught in his throat as he saw the body. Eliza Hart, a local singer known for her hauntingly beautiful voice, lay sprawled on the stage, her lifeless eyes staring up at the cracked ceiling. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, her throat a gaping wound where her vocal cords had been surgically removed. Marcus approached the body slowly, his mind racing as he took in every detail. The precision of the cuts was unsettling. Whoever had done this was skilled, methodical. He crouched beside the body, his gloved hands carefully examining the edges of the wound. There was no sign of a struggle, no defensive wounds. It was as if Eliza had simply let this happen, or perhaps she hadn't seen it coming. Marcus's eyes fell to the wooden stage beneath her, where a faint symbol had been carved into the surface, a spiral with an eye at its center. He stared at it, a cold knot of unease tightening in his stomach. Hargrove stepped up beside him, his voice trembling as he spoke. "We've never seen anything like this. Who would do something so?" He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Marcus stood, his gaze still fixed on the symbol. "Do you know what this means?" he asked, gesturing to the carving. Hargrove shook his head. "No, but it's familiar. I've seen it before, around town. On the old mine entrance, the town hall. It's been there for years, but no one knows what it is." Marcus frowned, his mind already piecing together fragments of a puzzle he didn't yet understand. The crime scene was meticulously photographed and documented, though Marcus knew there was little physical evidence to go on. The killer had left no fingerprints, no footprints, no obvious clues. Eliza's last known whereabouts were at a small cafe in town, where she had been seen the night before her death. Witnesses described her as cheerful, even singing a few songs for the patrons. No one had noticed anything unusual, no strangers, no threats, no signs of danger. Yet somehow she had ended up here, her voice stolen and her life extinguished. As Marcus left the theater, the weight of the case settled heavily on his shoulders. He walked through the fog-shrouded streets, his mind racing with questions. Why Eliza? Why her voice? And what did the spiral symbol mean? The town of Ashen Hollow seemed to hold its breath around him, as if it, too, were waiting for answers. He passed the old mine entrance, its rusted gates barely visible through the fog. The spiral symbol was there, carved into the stone archway, its presence almost taunting him. That evening, Marcus sat in his hotel room, poring over the case files. Eliza's life seemed unremarkable in many ways. She was beloved by the community, her voice a source of comfort and joy. But as he dug deeper, he found hints of something darker. Eliza had been researching the town's history, particularly the collapse of the old mine and the closure of Blackthorn Psychiatric Institution. She had even visited the institution's ruins just weeks before her death. Marcus's heart skipped a beat as he read her notes. There was a connection here, one that went deeper than he had initially suspected. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Marcus lay in bed, the image of Eliza's lifeless body haunting his thoughts. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something, some crucial detail that would unlock the case. As he drifted into a restless sleep, he found himself standing in the abandoned theater, the spotlight illuminating the stage where Eliza lay. But this time, her mouth moved, her lips forming silent words. Marcus tried to hear her, but the silence was suffocating. He woke with a start, his heart pounding, the taste of dread lingering on his tongue. The next morning, Marcus returned to the theater, determined to find answers. He examined the spiral symbol once more, his fingers tracing its grooves. There was something ancient about it, something that spoke of rituals and secrets long forgotten. He took pictures of it, planning to research its origins. As he was about to leave, he noticed something he hadn't seen before: a small scrap of paper tucked beneath the stage. He pulled it out, his pulse quickening as he read the words scribbled on it: "Silence the noise." The message was cryptic, but it confirmed one thing: this was only the beginning. Marcus spent the rest of the day interviewing Eliza's friends and family, searching for any clue that might lead him to the killer. Everyone spoke of her kindness, her talent, her love for the town. But no one could explain why she had been targeted. As the day turned to night, Marcus found himself standing at the edge of the old mine, staring into the darkness. The spiral symbol seemed to watch him, its eye-like center unblinking. He felt a strange pull, as if the mine itself were calling to him, urging him to uncover its secrets. That night, Marcus dreamt of the mine. He stood at its entrance, the spiral symbol glowing faintly in the darkness. Voices whispered around him, their words unintelligible but filled with desperation. He stepped forward, drawn into the mine's depths, until he came to a chamber lit by flickering candles. In the center of the room stood a figure, their back turned to him. Marcus called out, but no sound came from his lips. The figure turned slowly, revealing a face twisted with madness. Before Marcus could react, the figure spoke, their voice a chilling echo. "They're still talking." He woke in a cold sweat, the words ringing in his ears. The morning light did little to dispel the gloom that hung over Ashen Hollow. Marcus walked the cobblestone streets, the fog from the day before still lingering like a bad omen. His first stop was the town hall, a grand but decrepit building that loomed over the town square. The clerk behind the desk, a thin woman with glasses perched on the edge of her nose, looked up as he entered. She hesitated when he mentioned the spiral symbol, her eyes darting toward the door as if someone might be listening. "That symbol's been here longer than anyone can remember," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Some say it's tied to the mine, to the collapse. But no one really knows for sure." Marcus left the town hall with more questions than answers. The townsfolk were reluctant to talk, their faces closing off the moment he mentioned Blackthorn Psychiatric Institution. Whatever secrets the town was hiding, they were buried deep, and he could feel the weight of them pressing down on him. His next stop was the library, a small, dusty building that smelled of old paper and mildew. The librarian, a frail-looking man with a long, graying beard, glanced up from his book as Marcus approached. The man's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the spiral, but he said nothing, only pointed toward a shelf in the back corner. The books on local history were sparse and yellowed with age. Marcus pulled one down at random, the pages crackling as he flipped through them. There was little information about the mine or the spiral, but he did find a passing reference to Blackthorn. It was described as a place of quiet terror, though the details were vague. Frustrated, he closed the book and turned to leave, only to find the librarian standing behind him, holding out an old, leather-bound journal. "You might find what you're looking for in here," the man said, his voice trembling. "But be careful what you wish for." Marcus took the journal back to his hotel room, the weight of it heavy in his hands. The leather was cracked and worn, the pages filled with cramped, spidery handwriting. It was a journal from one of the patients at Blackthorn, though there was no name on the cover. The entries were fragmented, disjointed, as if the writer had been losing their grip on reality. One passage in particular caught his eye. The voices never stop. They whisper, they scream, they laugh. They tell me things, horrible things. I can't take it anymore. The only way to silence them is to silence myself. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he read the words. The next day, Marcus visited the old mine. The gates were rusted shut, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. The spiral symbol was there, carved into the stone archway, its eye-like center seeming to follow him as he approached. He thought back to his dream, the whispers, the figure in the chamber. Was this the same mine from his dream? He pushed the thought aside and forced open the gates, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior of the mine was even darker than he had imagined, the air heavy and suffocating. He switched on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the blackness to reveal crumbling walls and rusted tracks. As he ventured deeper into the mine, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The air grew colder, the walls seeming to close in around him. He reached the bottom of the shaft and found himself standing in front of a massive iron door. The spiral symbol was etched into its surface, the lines filled with a dark, tarry substance. Marcus hesitated, his hand hovering over the handle. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he knew he had to go on. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was unlike anything he had ever seen. The walls were covered in carvings, each one more intricate than the last. The spiral symbol was everywhere, woven into the designs like a recurring motif. In the center of the room stood a stone altar, its surface stained with what looked like dried blood. Marcus's breath caught in his throat as he realized the significance of the room. This was no ordinary mine, it was a place of worship, a temple to something ancient and unknowable. He felt a sudden, overpowering urge to leave, to turn his back on the room and never return. But he couldn't. He had to know the truth. As he was about to leave, something caught his eye. A small, leather-bound book lay on the floor near the altar, its cover worn and weathered. Marcus picked it up and opened it, his hands trembling slightly. The first page bore a name, Adrian Vale. His heart skipped a beat. He recognized the name. Adrian had been a patient at Blackthorn, a young man who had vanished shortly before the institution was shut down. The journal was filled with the same cramped handwriting as the one he had found at the library, but the entries here were even more disturbing. "They're not just voices," Adrian had written. "They're real. They're here. And they want to be heard." Marcus closed the journal, his mind reeling. He needed to know more about Adrian, about what had happened to him and why he had become so obsessed with the voices. He left the mine and returned to town, his thoughts a jumbled mess. That night, he sat in his hotel room, the journal spread out in front of him. He read through the entries again and again, searching for something, anything that might explain what was happening. And then he saw it, a single line that sent a shiver down his spine. "They're still talking." The same words from his dream. Was it a coincidence, or was something more sinister at work? The next morning, Marcus received a call from the police station. Another body had been found. He rushed to the scene, his heart pounding in his chest. The victim was a young man, his body left in an alleyway not far from the town square. His vocal cords had been removed, the wound identical to Eliza's. Marcus knelt beside the body, his hands trembling as he examined the scene. And then he saw it, the spiral symbol, carved into the wall above the victim's head. This wasn't a copycat. This was the same killer. He was getting bolder, more brazen, and Marcus had no idea how to stop him. As he stood there, staring down at the body, Marcus felt a growing sense of dread. The killer was out there, watching, waiting, and he was running out of time. He needed answers, and he needed them now. He left the alley and headed back to his car, his mind racing. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he knew he had to find it before it was too late. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the air thick with the promise of more horrors to come. And Marcus could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, threatening to crush him beneath its terrible burden. The second victim was found in a small, cluttered apartment above the town's only hardware store. Sam Green, a radio host known for his loud opinions and even louder laugh, lay motionless on the floor of his home studio. His equipment was smashed, wires and microphones scattered like the aftermath of a storm. Marcus stepped inside, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood and the faint hum of electricity from the ruined machines. The scene was eerily similar to Eliza's murder. Sam's vocal cords had been surgically removed, and his mouth was frozen in a soundless scream. Marcus knelt beside the body, his gloved fingers brushing against the cold, lifeless skin. The killer had been meticulous, almost clinical, in their work. The room was a mess, but Marcus noticed something odd. Everything had been broken except for the recording equipment. It wasn't destroyed, it had been turned on, the last broadcast playing on a loop. Static crackled through the speakers, an unbearable white noise that filled the room. Marcus moved closer, his eyes narrowing as he listened. Beneath the static, he thought he could hear something, a faint, distant whisper, too soft to make out. He turned up the volume, the sound growing louder, more insistent. And then it stopped, the room plunging into silence. Marcus's heart raced as he realized the truth. The killer wanted him to hear that. They were taunting him, playing a game. On the wall above the recording equipment, the spiral symbol had been carved into the plaster, its lines jagged and uneven. Beneath it, scrawled in what looked like blood, was a single line: "Silence the noise." Marcus stared at the words, the meaning slowly sinking in. The killer wasn't just stealing voices. They were targeting people who spoke too much, who filled the air with noise. Eliza had been a singer, Sam a radio host. Both used their voices to connect with others, to project themselves into the world. The killer saw their voices as a problem, something to be eradicated. But why? What twisted logic drove them to this? Marcus began to search the apartment, looking for anything that might connect Sam to the killer. He found stacks of notebooks filled with interview transcripts, old broadcast recordings, and scribbled ideas for future shows. In one of the notebooks, Marcus found a page that caught his eye. Sam had written about Blackthorn Psychiatric Institution, describing it as a house of horrors and speculating about the experiments that had taken place there. He had even interviewed a former nurse. Though the interview notes were vague, Marcus's heart quickened as he realized Sam had been digging into the same history as Eliza. Was that why he had been targeted? The former nurse, a woman named Evelyn Marsh, lived on the outskirts of town. Marcus found her in a small, run-down house surrounded by overgrown weeds and rusted machinery. She answered the door cautiously, her eyes narrowing as she recognized him. "I figured you'd come," she said, her voice hoarse and tired. She led him inside, the house dimly lit and filled with the scent of stale cigarettes. Marcus got straight to the point, asking about Sam and Blackthorn. Evelyn hesitated, her hands trembling as she lit a cigarette. "That place was a nightmare," she said finally. "The things they did to those patients, it wasn't treatment. It was torture." Evelyn went on to describe the experiments conducted at Blackthorn, tests designed to silence the voices that tormented the patients. She mentioned a young man named Adrian Vale, who had been obsessed with the idea of freeing himself from the voices he claimed to hear. He wasn't like the others, Evelyn said, her voice dropping to a whisper. He wasn't crazy. He was different. He believed the voices he heard were real, that they were trapped and needed to be set free. He'd do anything to make them stop. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he thought of the journal he had found in the mine. Was Adrian the killer? And if so, what had driven him to this? As Marcus left Evelyn's house, his mind was racing. He needed to find Adrian, to understand what had happened to him after Blackthorn closed. But first, he had to deal with the growing sense of unease that had settled over him. The killer was out there, watching, waiting, and they were getting bolder. The thought sent a shiver down his spine as he drove back to town, the fog rolling in once more. He felt like he was being watched, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on him. He shook off the feeling, telling himself it was just the stress of the case. But deep down, he knew it was more than that. That night, Marcus found himself standing outside the abandoned theater where Eliza's body had been found. The building loomed in the darkness, its broken windows like empty eye sockets staring out into the night. He didn't know why he had come here. Maybe he was hoping to find something he had missed, some clue that would lead him to the killer. Or maybe he was just drawn to the place, like a moth to a flame. He stepped inside, the air heavy with the scent of dust and decay. The stage was still stained with Eliza's blood, the spiral symbol faintly visible in the dim light. Marcus walked to the center of the stage, his footsteps echoing in the empty theater. He closed his eyes, trying to quiet his mind, to think like the killer. What drove them? What were they trying to achieve? The answer came to him in a flash. They were silencing the voices, just like they had at Blackthorn. But this time, it wasn't about freeing themselves, it was about punishing others, about making the world as silent as they were. Marcus opened his eyes, the realization hitting him like a punch to the gut. The killer wasn't just a murderer. They were a zealot, driven by a twisted belief in their own righteousness. As he turned to leave, Marcus noticed something he had missed before: a small, folded piece of paper tucked beneath the edge of the stage. He picked it up, his hands trembling slightly as he unfolded it. The message was brief, written in the same jagged handwriting as the note on Sam's wall. "You're too loud, detective. You'll be next." Marcus's heart raced as he read the words, the threat clear and unrelenting. The killer knew who he was, knew he was getting close, and they were coming for him. Marcus left the theater, the note clutched tightly in his hand. He didn't know what to do next, where to go. The killer was always one step ahead, always watching. He felt like he was trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. As he walked through the fog-shrouded streets, he thought of Adrian, of the journals, of the voices that haunted the killer. He wondered if Adrian was still out there, if he was the one behind all of this, or if he was just another victim, consumed by the same madness that had claimed so many others. When Marcus finally returned to his hotel room, he found himself unable to sleep. He sat on the edge of the bed, the weight of the case pressing down on him. He thought of Eliza, of Sam, of the victims whose voices had been stolen. He thought of the killer, out there somewhere, waiting. And he thought of the spiral symbol, its eye-like center watching him even now. He knew he was running out of time. The killer was getting closer, and he had no idea how to stop them. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the silence growing heavier with each passing moment. And Marcus could feel it, the echo of something ancient and terrible, waiting to be unleashed. The Blackthorn Psychiatric Institution loomed on the edge of Ashen Hollow like a forgotten relic of a darker time. Its crumbling walls and broken windows were a stark reminder of the town's troubled past, and Marcus felt a cold knot of unease tighten in his chest as he approached the gates. He had worked here once years ago, as a young profiler fresh out of training. Back then, he had believed he could make a difference, that he could help the patients trapped within those walls. Now, standing in the shadow of the decaying building, He wasn't so sure. The memories of that time were raw, jagged, and they threatened to consume him. The gates groaned as Marcus pushed them open, the sound echoing in the stillness of the morning. The grounds were overgrown with weeds, the once manicured lawns now a tangled mess of vegetation. He walked toward the main building, his footsteps crunching on the gravel path. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and the silence was almost oppressive. He reached the entrance, the doors hanging precariously on their hinges, and stepped inside. The interior was even worse than he remembered: peeling wallpaper, shattered windows, and the faint, lingering smell of antiseptic. It felt like a tomb, a place where time had stopped and the dead refused to rest. Marcus made his way down the hallway, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The walls were covered in graffiti, most of it crude and nonsensical, but some of it familiar. The spiral symbol appeared again and again, scratched into the walls alongside unsettling phrases like, "They're watching," and "Silence is freedom." He shivered, the weight of the place pressing down on him. He had always hated hospitals, even when they were places of healing. Blackthorn, with its history of experimentation and abuse, was something else entirely. It was a place of nightmares, and he had never felt more out of place than he did now. He reached the patient records room, the door hanging ajar. Inside, the room was a mess: files scattered across the floor, cabinets tipped over, and pages torn from journals littering the ground. Marcus knelt down, sifting through the debris in search of anything that might shed light on Adrian Vale. The name had been haunting him since Evelyn's mention of it, and he couldn't shake the feeling that Adrian was the key to everything. He found a folder labeled Vale, Adrian, and opened it, his hands trembling slightly as he flipped through the pages. The file was sparse, but it contained enough to paint a picture of a young man on the edge of sanity. Adrian had been admitted to Blackthorn at the age of 19, diagnosed with severe auditory hallucinations. He claimed to hear voices everywhere, whispers in the walls, screams in the silence, laughter in the darkness. The doctors at Blackthorn had tried everything to cure him, from electroshock therapy to experimental drugs, but nothing worked. Adrian only grew more obsessed with the idea of silencing the voices, convinced that they were real and that they were trying to communicate with him. Marcus's heart ached as he read the final entry in the file. Patient remains unresponsive. Treatment ineffective. Recommend transfer. But Adrian had vanished before that could happen, and no one had seen him since. Marcus left the records room and made his way deeper into the building, the air growing colder with every step. He found himself in the wing where the most troubled patients had been housed, the cells now empty and crumbling. The walls were covered in scratches, the spiral symbol appearing more frequently here than anywhere else. He stopped in front of one cell, the door slightly ajar, and pushed it open. Inside, the room was pristine, untouched by the decay that had consumed the rest of the building. The bed was neatly made, the walls bare except for one thing: the spiral symbol, painted in blood. Beneath it, scrawled in the same jagged handwriting as the notes, were the words, "They're still talking." Marcus's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the words, the weight of them pressing down on him. This had been Adrian's room, and the message was for him. The killer wasn't just targeting people who spoke too much. They were trying to silence the voices they believed were real, the voices that haunted them. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the truth. The killer wasn't just a murderer, they were a patient, someone who had been broken by Blackthorn and the experiments conducted within its walls. And Adrian was at the center of it all. He left the cell and continued down the hallway, the silence growing heavier with every step. He reached a room at the end of the hall, the door closed but unlocked. Inside, he found a small, circular chamber lit by a single, flickering bulb. The walls were covered in carvings, each one more intricate than the last, and in the center of the room stood a stone altar. The spiral symbol was everywhere, woven into the designs like a recurring motif. Marcus felt a growing sense of dread as he realized the significance of the room. This wasn't just a treatment facility. It was a place of worship, a temple to something ancient and unknowable. On the altar, Marcus found a small, leather-bound book. He opened it, his hands trembling as he flipped through the pages. The journal was filled with Adrian's handwriting, the entries more fragmented and disjointed than the ones he had read before. "They're not just voices," Adrian had written. "They're fragments of the dead, trapped in the spiral of the universe. The only way to free them, to free myself, is to remove the noise, to silence them all." Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he read the words, the twisted logic of a mind broken by trauma and obsession. Adrian wasn't just a killer. He was a zealot, driven by a delusion he couldn't escape. Marcus left the room, the weight of the case pressing down on him. He needed to find Adrian, to stop him before he could claim another victim. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something, some crucial detail that would unlock the case. He walked back through the halls of Blackthorn, the silence growing heavier with every step. He felt like he was being watched, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on him. He shook off the feeling, telling himself it was just the stress of the case. But deep down, he knew it was more than that. As he stepped outside, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the overgrown grounds. Marcus took one last look at the decaying building, the spiral symbol etched into the stone above the entrance. He felt a growing sense of unease as he realized the truth. Blackthorn wasn't just a place. It was a presence, a shadow that hung over the town and everyone in it. The killer was out there, waiting, and Marcus knew he was running out of time. He left the grounds, the weight of the case pressing down on him. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the silence growing heavier with each passing moment. And Marcus could feel it, the echo of something ancient and terrible, waiting to be unleashed. The old mine entrance stood at the edge of Ashen Hollow, its rusted gates barely visible through the fog that clung to the town like a shroud. Marcus approached it cautiously, the weight of the case pressing down on him. The spiral symbol was there, carved into the stone archway, its eye-like center seeming to watch him as he pushed the gates open. The hinges groaned in protest, the sound echoing in the stillness of the morning. He stepped inside, the air growing colder and heavier with every step, the scent of damp earth and decay filling his lungs. He felt like he was walking into the mouth of a beast, a place where the rules of the world no longer applied. As he ventured deeper into the mine, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The walls were rough and jagged, the air thick with the scent of iron and rot. He reached the bottom of the shaft and found himself standing in front of a massive iron door. The spiral symbol was etched into its surface, the lines filled with a dark, tarry substance. Marcus hesitated, his hand hovering over the handle. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he knew he had to go on. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was unlike anything he had ever seen. The walls were covered in carvings, each one more intricate than the last, the spiral symbol woven into the designs like a recurring motif. In the center of the room stood a stone altar, its surface stained with what looked like dried blood. Marcus felt a growing sense of dread as he realized the significance of the room. This was no ordinary mine, it was a place of worship, a temple to something ancient and unknowable. He felt a sudden, overpowering urge to leave, to turn his back on the room and never return. But he couldn't. He had to know the truth. As he was about to leave, something caught his eye. A small, leather-bound book lay on the floor near the altar, its cover worn and weathered. Marcus picked it up and opened it, his hands trembling slightly. The first page bore a name, Adrian Vale. His heart skipped a beat. He recognized the name. Adrian had been a patient at Blackthorn, a young man who had vanished shortly before the institution was shut down. The journal was filled with the same cramped handwriting as the one he had found in Blackthorn, but the entries here were even more disturbing. "They're not just voices," Adrian had written. "They're fragments of the dead, trapped in the spiral of the universe. The only way to free them, to free myself, is to remove the noise, to silence them all." Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he read the words, the twisted logic of a mind broken by trauma and obsession. Marcus closed the journal, his mind reeling. He needed to know more about Adrian, about what had happened to him and why he had become so obsessed with the voices. He left the mine and returned to town, his thoughts a jumbled mess. That night, he sat in his hotel room, the journal spread out in front of him. He read through the entries again and again, searching for something, anything that might explain what was happening. And then he saw it, a single line that sent a shiver down his spine. "They're still talking." The same words from his dream. Was it a coincidence, or was something more sinister at work? The next morning, Marcus received a call from the police station. Another body had been found. He rushed to the scene, his heart pounding in his chest. The victim was a young man, his body left in an alleyway not far from the town square. His vocal cords had been removed, the wound identical to Eliza's. Marcus knelt beside the body, his hands trembling as he examined the scene. And then he saw it, the spiral symbol, carved into the wall above the victim's head. This wasn't a copycat. This was the same killer. He was getting bolder, more brazen. And Marcus had no idea how to stop him. As he stood there, staring down at the body, Marcus felt a growing sense of dread. The killer was out there, watching, waiting. And he was running out of time. He needed answers, and he needed them now. He left the alley and headed back to his car, his mind racing. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he knew he had to find it before it was too late. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the air thick with the promise of more horrors to come. And Marcus could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, threatening to crush him beneath its terrible burden. That night, Marcus found himself standing outside the abandoned theater where Eliza's body had been found. The building loomed in the darkness, its broken windows like empty eye sockets staring out into the night. He didn't know why he had come here. Maybe he was hoping to find something he had missed, some clue that would lead him to the killer. Or maybe he was just drawn to the place, like a moth to a flame. He stepped inside, the air heavy with the scent of dust and decay. The stage was still stained with Eliza's blood, the spiral symbol faintly visible in the dim light. Marcus walked to the center of the stage, his footsteps echoing in the empty theater. He closed his eyes, trying to quiet his mind, to think like the killer. What drove them? What were they trying to achieve? The answer came to him in a flash. They were silencing the voices, just like they had at Blackthorn. But this time, it wasn't about freeing themselves, it was about punishing others, about making the world as silent as they were. Marcus opened his eyes, the realization hitting him like a punch to the gut. The killer wasn't just a murderer. They were a zealot, driven by a twisted belief in their own righteousness. As he turned to leave, Marcus noticed something he had missed before: a small, folded piece of paper tucked beneath the edge of the stage. He picked it up, his hands trembling slightly as he unfolded it. The message was brief, written in the same jagged handwriting as the note on Sam's wall. "You're too loud, detective. You'll be next." Marcus's heart raced as he read the words, the threat clear and unrelenting. The killer knew who he was, knew he was getting close, and they were coming for him. Marcus left the theater, the note clutched tightly in his hand. He didn't know what to do next, where to go. The killer was always one step ahead, always watching. He felt like he was trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. As he walked through the fog-shrouded streets, he thought of Adrian, of the journals, of the voices that haunted the killer. He wondered if Adrian was still out there, if he was the one behind all of this, or if he was just another victim, consumed by the same madness that had claimed so many others. When Marcus finally returned to his hotel room, he found himself unable to sleep. He sat on the edge of the bed, the weight of the case pressing down on him. He thought of Eliza, of Sam, of the victims whose voices had been stolen. He thought of the killer, out there somewhere, waiting. And he thought of the spiral symbol, its eye-like center watching him even now. He knew he was running out of time. The killer was getting closer, and he had no idea how to stop them. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the silence growing heavier with each passing moment. And Marcus could feel it, the echo of something ancient and terrible, waiting to be unleashed. The hotel room felt smaller than ever, the walls closing in on Marcus as he sat on the edge of the bed. The journal lay open in front of him, its pages filled with Adrian's twisted ramblings. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something, some crucial detail that would unlock the case. The killer's message, "You're too loud, detective. You'll be next," echoed in his mind, a constant reminder of the danger he was in. He felt like he was being watched, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on him. He knew he needed to focus, to think clearly, but the silence of the room was deafening. It was a silence that felt alive, like it was waiting for something. Marcus decided to visit the town's archives, a small, dusty building tucked away in a corner of the town square. The archivist, a frail woman with glasses perched on the edge of her nose, looked up as he entered. She seemed reluctant to help at first, but Marcus's persistence paid off. She led him to a back room filled with old newspapers, photographs, and documents. He began to sift through the material, looking for anything that might connect Adrian to the spiral symbol. It was slow, tedious work, but he knew he couldn't afford to miss anything. The minutes turned into hours as he pored over the records, his eyes growing heavy with fatigue. Finally, he found a newspaper article from over 30 years ago. The headline read, "Mine Collapse Claims Lives, Leaves Town Shaken." The article described how the mine had suddenly collapsed, trapping a group of miners inside. Rescue efforts had been unsuccessful, and the mine had been sealed off shortly after. Marcus's heart raced as he read the details, the words painting a picture of tragedy and loss. But what caught his attention was a photograph accompanying the article, a group of miners standing in front of the mine entrance, their faces grim. Behind them, faintly visible on the stone archway, was the spiral symbol. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the significance of the photo. The symbol had been there long before Blackthorn, long before Adrian. It was older than he had thought. As Marcus left the archives, his mind was racing. He needed to know more about the mine, about the collapse, and what had happened to the miners. But first, he had to deal with the growing sense of unease that had settled over him. The killer was out there, watching, waiting, and they were getting bolder. The thought sent a shiver down his spine as he drove back to his hotel, the fog rolling in once more. He felt like he was being watched, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on him. He shook off the feeling, telling himself it was just the stress of the case. But deep down, he knew it was more than that. That night, Marcus found himself standing outside the abandoned theater where Eliza's body had been found. The building loomed in the darkness, its broken windows like empty eye sockets staring out into the night. He didn't know why he had come here. Maybe he was hoping to find something he had missed, some clue that would lead him to the killer. Or maybe he was just drawn to the place, like a moth to a flame. He stepped inside, the air heavy with the scent of dust and decay. The stage was still stained with Eliza's blood, the spiral symbol faintly visible in the dim light. Marcus walked to the center of the stage, his footsteps echoing in the empty theater. He closed his eyes, trying to quiet his mind, to think like the killer. What drove them? What were they trying to achieve? The answer came to him in a flash. They were silencing the voices, just like they had at Blackthorn. But this time, it wasn't about freeing themselves, it was about punishing others, about making the world as silent as they were. Marcus opened his eyes, the realization hitting him like a punch to the gut. The killer wasn't just a murderer. They were a zealot, driven by a twisted belief in their own righteousness. As he turned to leave, Marcus noticed something he had missed before, a small, folded piece of paper tucked beneath the edge of the stage. He picked it up, his hands trembling slightly as he unfolded it. The message was brief, written in the same jagged handwriting as the note on Sam's wall. "You're too loud, detective. You'll be next." Marcus's heart raced as he read the words, the threat clear and unrelenting. The killer knew who he was, knew he was getting close, and they were coming for him. Marcus left the theater, the note clutched tightly in his hand. He didn't know what to do next, where to go. The killer was always one step ahead, always watching. He felt like he was trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. As he walked through the fog-shrouded streets, he thought of Adrian, of the journals, of the voices that haunted the killer. He wondered if Adrian was still out there, if he was the one behind all of this, or if he was just another victim, consumed by the same madness that had claimed so many others. When Marcus finally returned to his hotel room, he found himself unable to sleep. He sat on the edge of the bed, the weight of the case pressing down on him. He thought of Eliza, of Sam, of the victims whose voices had been stolen. He thought of the killer, out there somewhere, waiting. And he thought of the spiral symbol, its eye-like center watching him even now. He knew he was running out of time. The killer was getting closer, and he had no idea how to stop them. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the silence growing heavier with each passing moment. And Marcus could feel it, the echo of something ancient and terrible, waiting to be unleashed. The next morning, Marcus woke to the sound of his phone ringing. It was the police station. Another body had been found. He rushed to the scene, his heart pounding in his chest. The victim was a young man, his body left in an alleyway not far from the town square. His vocal cords had been removed, the wound identical to Eliza's. Marcus knelt beside the body, his hands trembling as he examined the scene. And then he saw it, the spiral symbol, carved into the wall above the victim's head. This wasn't a copycat. This was the same killer. He was getting bolder, more brazen, and Marcus had no idea how to stop him. As he stood there, staring down at the body, Marcus felt a growing sense of dread. The killer was out there, watching, waiting, and he was running out of time. He needed answers, and he needed them now. He left the alley and headed back to his car, his mind racing. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he knew he had to find it before it was too late. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the air thick with the promise of more horrors to come. And Marcus could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, threatening to crush him beneath its terrible burden. The rain fell in sheets, drenching Marcus to the bone as he stood outside the morgue. The body of the latest victim, a young woman named Claire, lay on the cold steel table inside. He had just identified her remains, the sight of her lifeless face burning into his mind. Her vocal cords had been cleanly removed, just like the others. The spiral symbol had been carved into her chest, a grotesque signature left by the killer. Marcus felt a surge of anger and helplessness. He was no closer to finding the killer, and the body count was rising. The weight of the case pressed down on him, a tangible force that seemed to follow him wherever he went. Back in his hotel room, Marcus tried to make sense of the chaos. The walls were covered in photos, notes, and maps, all connected by a spiderweb of red string. He had been over the evidence 100 times, yet the answers remained elusive. He felt like he was missing something, some crucial piece of the puzzle that would bring everything into focus. The killer's taunting messages echoed in his mind, "You're too loud, detective." He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, that the killer was always one step ahead. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. That night, Marcus had another dream. He was back in the mine, standing in front of the iron door with the spiral symbol. But this time, he heard them, the voices. They were faint at first, barely audible over the sound of his own heartbeat. But as he stood there, they grew louder, more insistent. They were whispering his name, their voices a tangled web of anger, fear, and desperation. He tried to block them out, but they were inside his head, tearing at his thoughts. He woke up drenched in sweat, the echoes of the voices still ringing in his ears. For the first time, he thought he understood the killer's obsession. The voices weren't just a symptom of madness, they were a burden, one that demanded to be silenced. The next morning, Marcus decided to visit the local library, hoping to find more information about the mine and its history. The librarian, an elderly man with a kind face, directed him to a section filled with old newspapers and records. As he sifted through the material, he found an article from the early 1900s about a cult that had once inhabited the area. According to the article, the cult believed in an ancient, malevolent entity that demanded silence from its followers. They had used the mine as a place of worship, and the spiral symbol was their sacred sigil. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he read the words. The history of the symbol went back much further than he had realized. The cult had eventually been driven out, but the legacy of their beliefs had lingered, poisoning the town for generations. As he left the library, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that he was being followed. He glanced over his shoulder, but the streets were empty. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, a constant presence that gnawed at the edges of his mind. He quickened his pace, his heart pounding in his chest. When he finally reached his hotel, he locked the door behind him and leaned against it, trying to catch his breath. He had always been a logical man, someone who relied on facts and evidence. But now, he wasn't so sure. The line between reality and illusion was starting to blur, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep his grip on sanity. That's when he noticed a small, folded piece of paper slipped under his door. His hands trembled as he picked it up and unfolded it. The message was written in the same jagged handwriting as before. "The louder you get, the closer I become." Marcus felt a spike of panic as he read the words. The killer had been here, in his room. They had been watching him, studying him. He felt violated, exposed. He tore the room apart, searching for any sign of an intruder, but there was nothing. Just the note, sitting on the table like a bomb waiting to go off. He sat down on the bed, his mind racing. The killer was toying with him, playing a game of cat and mouse. And Marcus was beginning to feel like the mouse. Determined to take control of the situation, Marcus decided to visit the site of the mine collapse again. He needed to see it in the daylight, to look for anything he might have missed before. The mine was as foreboding as ever, the spiral symbol on the archway seeming to mock him as he approached. He pushed open the creaking gates and stepped inside, the air growing colder with every step. The deeper he went, the more oppressive the silence became. It seemed to press down on him from all sides, a physical force that made it hard to breathe. He reached the iron door and pushed it open, his heart pounding in his chest. The room inside was exactly as he had left it, the walls covered in carvings, the stone altar in the center. But something was different this time. On the altar, there was a single object, a cassette tape. Marcus picked it up, turning it over in his hands. There was no label, no indication of what it might contain. He felt a flicker of apprehension as he pulled a small recorder from his pocket and pressed play. The sound that filled the room was faint, crackling with static. At first, he couldn't make out the words, but as he strained to listen, the voices became clearer. They were the same voices he had heard in his dream, whispering, laughing, screaming. And they were saying his name. He staggered back, the recorder falling from his hands and clattering to the floor. The voices grew louder, more insistent, until they were almost deafening. He clapped his hands over his ears, trying to block them out, but it was no use. They were inside his head, tearing at his thoughts, demanding to be heard. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he screamed for it to stop. And then, suddenly, it did. The voices were gone, leaving behind an eerie silence that was almost worse than the noise. He sat there for what felt like hours, trembling and gasping for breath. When he finally found the strength to stand, Marcus knew he couldn't ignore the truth any longer. The killer wasn't just a person, they were a vessel, a puppet being controlled by something far older and more sinister. The spiral symbol, the voices, the history of the town, it was all connected. The killer believed they were serving a higher power, one that demanded silence as a form of worship. And Marcus was beginning to fear they might be right. He left the mine, his mind racing. He didn't know how to fight something he couldn't see or understand. But he knew he had to try. Back in town, Marcus decided to confront Evelyn Marsh again. She was one of the few people left who might have answers. When he arrived at her house, she was waiting for him, as if she had been expecting his visit. Her face was pale, her hands trembling as she gestured for him to come inside. They sat in her dimly lit living room, the air heavy with the scent of lavender and something faintly metallic. Marcus leaned forward, his eyes locked on hers. "Tell me about Adrian," he said quietly. "Tell me everything." Evelyn hesitated, her gaze flickering to the window as if she expected someone or something to appear at any moment. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "Adrian wasn't just a patient," she said. "He was special. He heard things the rest of us couldn't. At first, they thought it was just his mind playing tricks on him. But then he started to make sense of it. The voices, the symbols, he said they were all connected. He believed he could free them, that he could finally bring them peace." She looked at Marcus, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and sorrow. "But it consumed him. He became obsessed. And now I think it's consumed them too." As Marcus left Evelyn's house, he felt a sense of clarity he hadn't felt in weeks. The pieces of the puzzle were finally starting to come together. The killer wasn't just targeting people at random, they were silencing those who had been touched by the voices, those who had heard the whispers that no one else could hear. And now, Marcus realized with a sinking feeling, the killer had set their sights on him. He was no longer just the detective on the case. He had become a part of it. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the silence growing heavier with each passing moment. And Marcus could feel it, the hollowness that came with the realization that he was no longer sure where the killer ended. And he began. The rain had stopped by the time Marcus left Evelyn's house, but the air was still heavy with moisture, clinging to his skin like a second layer. Her words echoed in his mind as he walked back through the empty streets of Ashen Hollow. Adrian believed he could free them, she had said. But it consumed him. Marcus had always been a man of logic, but he couldn't deny the truth staring him in the face. This wasn't just the work of a deranged individual. Something ancient and malevolent was at play here, something that had been lurking in the shadows of this town for generations. And now, it had its sights set on him. Back in his hotel room, Marcus tried to piece together everything he had learned. The spiral symbol, the voices, the mine, it all pointed to something far beyond his understanding. He spread the evidence across the table, staring at the photos, notes, and maps as if they might reveal the secrets he so desperately needed to uncover. But the harder he looked, the more fragmented the picture became. The killer wasn't just a murderer. They were a puppet, a vessel for something far more powerful. And Marcus had no idea how to fight something he couldn't see or understand. That night, the voices returned. They were softer this time, almost comforting, as if they were trying to lure him into a false sense of security. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to block them out. But they were persistent, weaving their way into his thoughts like tendrils of smoke. "You're too loud," they whispered. "You'll be next." He clenched his fists, trying to hold on to his sanity, but the voices only grew louder. He felt like he was falling, plummeting into a darkness that threatened to consume him. When he finally fell asleep, his dreams were filled with visions of the mine, the spiral symbol glowing like a beacon in the darkness. The next morning, Marcus received another call from the police station. Another body had been found. He rushed to the scene, his heart pounding in his chest. The victim was a middle-aged man, his body left in the town square for all to see. His vocal cords had been removed, the wound identical to the others. But this time, something was different. The killer had left a message carved into the man's chest. "Listen, and you shall hear." Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he read the words. The killer was taunting him, daring him to uncover the truth. But he had no idea where to start. As he stood there, staring down at the body, Marcus noticed something he hadn't before: a small, leather-bound journal clutched in the man's hand. He pried it loose, his hands trembling slightly as he opened it. The journal was filled with the same cramped handwriting as Adrian's, but the entries here were even more disturbing. They're not just voices, the man had written. They're fragments of the dead, trapped in the spiral of the universe. The only way to free them, to free myself, is to remove the noise, to silence them all. Marcus closed the journal, his mind reeling. He needed to find Adrian, to stop him before he could claim another victim. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something, some crucial detail that would unlock the case. Determined to take control of the situation, Marcus decided to visit the site of the mine collapse again. He needed to see it in the daylight, to look for anything he might have missed before. The mine was as foreboding as ever, the spiral symbol on the archway seeming to mock him as he approached. He pushed open the creaking gates and stepped inside, the air growing colder with every step. The deeper he went, the more oppressive the silence became. It seemed to press down on him from all sides, a physical force that made it hard to breathe. He reached the iron door and pushed it open, his heart pounding in his chest. The room inside was exactly as he had left it, the walls covered in carvings, the stone altar in the center. But something was different this time. On the altar, there was a single object, a cassette tape. Marcus picked it up, turning it over in his hands. There was no label, no indication of what it might contain. He felt a flicker of apprehension as he pulled a small recorder from his pocket and pressed play. The sound that filled the room was faint, crackling with static. At first, he couldn't make out the words, but as he strained to listen, the voices became clearer. They were the same voices he had heard in his dream, whispering, laughing, screaming. And they were saying his name. He staggered back, the recorder falling from his hands and clattering to the floor. The voices grew louder, more insistent, until they were almost deafening. He clapped his hands over his ears, trying to block them out. But it was no use. They were inside his head, tearing at his thoughts, demanding to be heard. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he screamed for it to stop. And then, suddenly, it did. The voices were gone, leaving behind an eerie silence that was almost worse than the noise. He sat there for what felt like hours, trembling and gasping for breath. When he finally found the strength to stand, Marcus knew he couldn't ignore the truth any longer. The killer wasn't just a person, they were a vessel, a puppet being controlled by something far older and more sinister. The spiral symbol, the voices, the history of the town, it was all connected. The killer believed they were serving a higher power, one that demanded silence as a form of worship. And Marcus was beginning to fear they might be right. He left the mine, his mind racing. He didn't know how to fight something he couldn't see or understand. But he knew he had to try. Back in town, Marcus decided to confront Evelyn Marsh again. She was one of the few people left who might have answers. When he arrived at her house, she was waiting for him, as if she had been expecting his visit. Her face was pale, her hands trembling as she gestured for him to come inside. They sat in her dimly lit living room, the air heavy with the scent of lavender and something else, something faintly metallic. Marcus leaned forward, his eyes locked on hers. "Tell me about Adrian," he said quietly. "Tell me everything." Evelyn hesitated, her gaze flickering to the window as if she expected someone or something to appear at any moment. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "Adrian wasn't just a patient," she said. "He was special. He heard things the rest of us couldn't. At first, they thought it was just his mind playing tricks on him. But then he started to make sense of it. The voices, the symbols, he said they were all connected. He believed he could free them, that he could finally bring them peace." She looked at Marcus, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and sorrow. But it consumed him. He became obsessed. And now I think it's consumed them too. As Marcus left Evelyn's house, He felt a sense of clarity he hadn't felt in weeks. The pieces of the puzzle were finally starting to come together. The killer wasn't just targeting people at random, they were silencing those who had been touched by the voices, those who had heard the whispers that no one else could hear. And now, Marcus realized with a sinking feeling, the killer had set their sights on him. He was no longer just the detective on the case. He had become a part of it. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the silence growing heavier with each passing moment. And Marcus could feel it, the hollowness that came with the realization that he was no longer sure where the killer ended, and he began. Marcus stood in his hotel room, staring at the evidence he had gathered. The walls were a chaotic mosaic of photos, notes, and maps, all connected by red string. The spiral symbol seemed to dominate every corner, its eye-like center watching him wherever he turned. He felt like he was on the edge of a revelation, a truth so profound it threatened to unravel everything he thought he knew. The voices were quieter now, a distant hum in the back of his mind, but their presence was undeniable. He knew he couldn't ignore them any longer. They were a part of him now, just as they were a part of this town. The journal he had found in the mine lay open on the table, its pages filled with Adrian's frantic scribbles. Marcus had read it a dozen times, but now something new caught his eye, a passage he had overlooked. The spiral is not just a symbol, Adrian had written. It is a gateway, a means of communication with the unseen. But to open it requires silence, absolute silence. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he read the words. The killer wasn't just silencing their victims, they were using the silence to open the spiral, to commune with whatever lay on the other side. It was a thought so horrifying it made his stomach twist. That night, Marcus found himself drawn back to the mine once more. He didn't know why he was going there. Perhaps it was the voices, whispering in his ear, urging him forward. Or perhaps it was something deeper, something primal that he couldn't ignore. The mine was as foreboding as ever, the spiral symbol on the archway glowing faintly in the moonlight. He pushed open the gates and stepped inside, the air growing colder with every step. The silence was oppressive, a physical force that seemed to press down on him from all sides. He felt like he was walking into the mouth of a beast, a place where the rules of the world no longer applied. When he reached the iron door, he hesitated. The last time he had been here, the voices had nearly driven him to the edge of madness. But he knew he had to go on. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was exactly as he had left it, the walls covered in carvings, the stone altar in the center. But this time, something was different. A figure stood at the far end of the room, their back to him. Marcus froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The figure turned slowly, and he recognized the face immediately. It was Adrian. Adrian looked different than he had in the photos, his face gaunt, his eyes hollow and distant. But there was a madness in them, a wild, feverish energy that made Marcus's skin crawl. Adrian smiled, a cold, empty smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You've been following me, detective," he said, his voice calm and measured. "But you still don't understand, do you?" Marcus could feel the weight of the killer's stare, a force that seemed to pierce through him. He didn't know what to say, how to respond. Adrian stepped closer, his movements unnaturally smooth, like a predator stalking its prey. "You think I'm the killer," Adrian said softly, his voice echoing in the silence of the room. "But you're wrong. I'm just a vessel, a tool being used to complete the work. The spiral must be opened, detective. It's the only way to bring them peace." Marcus felt a surge of anger at the words, a rage so intense it almost overwhelmed him. "You're insane," he snapped, his voice trembling with emotion. "You've killed innocent people who didn't deserve to die. This isn't about peace, it's about madness." Adrian's smile faltered for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. But then it was gone, replaced by that same cold, empty expression. "You don't understand," he repeated. "You'll see, detective. When the spiral is opened, you'll see." He turned away, his attention focused on the stone altar. Marcus watched as he began to chant, his voice low and rhythmic, the words unknown and ancient. The air in the room seemed to shift, growing heavier, more oppressive. Marcus felt a sudden, overpowering urge to stop him, to put an end to this madness once and for all. He lunged forward, grabbing Adrian by the shoulder and spinning him around. Adrian's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't resist. Instead, he smiled, that same cold, empty smile. "It's too late, detective," he whispered. "The spiral is already opening. Can't you feel it?" Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he realized what Adrian meant. The voices were growing louder, more insistent, their whispers turning into screams. He clapped his hands over his ears, trying to block them out, but it was no use. They were inside his head, tearing at his thoughts, demanding to be heard. The room seemed to shift, the walls closing in on him, the spiral symbol glowing brighter and brighter. Marcus fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he screamed for it to stop. But it didn't stop. The spiral was opening, and he could feel it, a presence, ancient and malevolent, reaching out from the void. It was watching him, studying him, and he knew, deep down, that it had been watching him all along. He felt like he was falling, plummeting into a darkness that threatened to consume him. And then, suddenly, it was over. The voices were gone, the silence returning like a heavy blanket. Marcus sat there, trembling and gasping for breath, his mind reeling from what he had just experienced. Adrian was gone, the stone altar empty. But Marcus knew it wasn't over. The spiral was still open, and the presence, the thing that had been watching him, was still there. He didn't know how to fight it, how to close the spiral. But he knew he had to try. He stumbled to his feet, his legs weak and unsteady, and made his way out of the mine. The town of Ashen Hollow held its breath, the silence growing heavier with each passing moment. And Marcus could feel it, the hollowness that came with the realization that he was no longer sure where the killer ended. And he began. The sun was just beginning to rise as Marcus stumbled out of the mine, his body trembling and his mind reeling from what he had witnessed. The air felt different now, charged with an energy that made his skin crawl. The town of Ashen Hollow was eerily silent, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. Marcus knew he had to act fast. The spiral was open, and the presence he had felt in the mine, the ancient malevolent force, was now free. He didn't know how to stop it, but he knew he had to try. Every step he took felt heavier, as if the weight of the world and the silence was pressing down on him. He made his way to Evelyn Marsh's house, hoping she might have some insight, some fragment of knowledge that could help him. When she answered the door, her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. She didn't ask what had happened, she already knew. The spiral's opening had sent ripples through the town, and Evelyn, with her connection to Adrian, had felt it more than most. She invited him inside, her hands trembling as she gestured toward the living room. Marcus sat down, his mind racing, and told her everything: the mine, Adrian, the voices, the presence. Evelyn listened in silence, her face growing paler with every word. When he finished, Evelyn leaned back in her chair, her expression grave. "The spiral," she said quietly, "is older than any of us. It's a gateway to something beyond our understanding, something that thrives on silence. Adrian believed he could use it to free the voices, to bring them peace. But he didn't understand the spiral doesn't bring peace. It consumes everything. It's a void, detective, and once it's opened, there's no closing it." Marcus felt a chill run down his spine at her words. He had suspected as much, but hearing it spoken aloud made it all the more real. He leaned forward, his voice urgent. "There has to be a way to stop it. There has to be something we can do." Evelyn hesitated, her gaze flickering to the window as if she expected something to appear at any moment. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "There is one thing," she said. "The spiral needs silence to remain open." But if you can break the silence, if you can drown it out, you might be able to close it. It's a desperate move, and it might cost you everything. But it's the only chance we have." Marcus nodded, his mind made up. He didn't know how he was going to break the silence, but he knew he had to try. He stood up, his resolve hardening, and turned to leave. Evelyn's voice stopped him at the door. "Be careful, detective," she said. "The spiral will fight you. It doesn't want to be closed." Back in the town square, Marcus looked around, trying to think of a way to break the silence. The air was heavy, the stillness almost suffocating. He felt like he was standing in the eye of a storm, a calm before the chaos that was about to erupt. And then it hit him, the church. The old bell tower still stood, its rusted bell unused for decades. If he could ring it, if he could fill the air with sound, he might be able to drown out the silence and close the spiral. He sprinted toward the church, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his legs burning with exertion. The tower loomed ahead, its stone walls weathered and cracked, but still standing strong. He burst through the doors of the church and made his way to the bell tower, the stairs creaking under his weight as he climbed. The bell hung in the center of the tower, its surface covered in rust and grime. He grabbed the rope, his hands trembling, and pulled with all his might. The bell didn't budge. He pulled again, harder this time, and felt it shift slightly. He could feel the resistance, as if the silence itself was pushing back, trying to keep the bell from ringing. He gritted his teeth and pulled with every ounce of strength he had, his muscles screaming in protest. And then, finally, the bell rang. The sound was deafening, a deep, resonant clang that echoed through the town like a shockwave. Marcus felt it in his bones. He pulled the rope again and again, the bell's toll growing louder and louder, until it felt like the entire world was vibrating with the sound. In the distance, he heard something, a scream, a cry of rage and pain. It was the presence, the ancient force that had been watching him, and it was angry. The silence was its domain, its power, and Marcus was taking it away. He pulled the rope again, the bell's clang echoing through the town like a war cry. He could feel the spiral beginning to close, the gateway shrinking as the sound drowned out the silence. But he knew it wasn't over. The presence was still there, still fighting, and it was coming for him. He could feel it now, a cold, malevolent force lurking in the shadows, watching him with eyes he couldn't see. The air grew colder, the darkness in the bell tower deepening as the presence drew closer. Marcus pulled the rope again, the bell ringing out louder than ever, but the sound seemed distant now, muted by the growing darkness. He could feel the presence closing in, its breath cold on his neck, its whispers filling his mind. He pulled the rope one last time, the bell's toll resounding through the tower like a final, desperate plea. And then, suddenly, the darkness was gone. The spiral was closed. The presence vanished back to the void. The air was filled with the sound of the bell, its echoes fading slowly as the world returned to normal. Marcus stood in the bell tower, his body trembling, his mind reeling from what he had just done. He had faced the spiral and stared into the abyss, and he had come out the other side. But he knew he would never be the same. The voices were gone now, their silence broken, but their echoes lingered, a reminder of what he had faced. He climbed down from the tower, his legs weak and unsteady, and stepped out into the town square. The town was still quiet, but the oppressive silence was gone, replaced by a soft, natural stillness. The sun was shining now, its light breaking through the clouds for the first time in days. Marcus looked around, taking in the empty streets and the quiet buildings. It was over. The spiral was closed, the killer stopped, the town saved. But it had come at a cost. He could feel it in his chest, a hollowness that seemed to grow with every passing moment. He had faced the darkness and won, but it had taken something from him, something he would never get back. As he walked through the town, he thought of Adrian, of the victims, of the voices he had heard in the mine. He didn't know if he had truly brought them peace, if such a thing was even possible. But he had done what he could, and that was all anyone could ask. The town of Ashen Hollow would recover in time, its wounds healing as the days passed. But Marcus knew he couldn't stay. The spiral might be closed, but it had left its mark on him, a scar that would never fully heal. He got into his car and started the engine, the sound a welcome break from the silence. As he drove away, he glanced back at the town one last time, his heart heavy with the weight of all that had happened. The spiral was closed, but its echoes would linger, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of the world.